Okay. Okay, good morning. We're going to convene the Committee on Finance to continue our informational briefings. Today is Monday, January 13th. We are in room 308. And before us today is the University of Hawaii. Welcome.
Morning. Chair Yamashita, Vice Chair Takanouchi, and members of the House Finance Committee. My name is Wendy Hensel, and I'm honored to serve as the new president of the University of Hawaii. Thank you to the chair and those of you who I've had the privilege of meeting already and speaking about your hopes and dreams and concerns for the University of Hawaii. I look forward to working with the legislature to advance the well-being of all of our communities, both within the university and across the state of Hawaii. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today to review our budget request. Although I have officially held my position for less than 2 weeks, I have been, only 2, I have been working for the past 2 months with the leadership at the university and have brought with me today a number of our experts. From the Board of Regents, Chair Gabe Lee and Vice Chair Lori Tachiki. From the System Office, Vice President for Budget and Finance, Calbert Young. Vice President for Administration, Jan Govea. Vice President for Academic Strategy, Deb Halbert. Vice President for Research and Innovation, Vasila Sirmos. Vice President for Legal Affairs, Kerry Okanaga. Vice President for Information Technology, Garrett Yoshimi. Vice President for Community Colleges, Della Teroka. And the Director of the University's Institutional Research Office, Kara Plaman-Wagoner. From the campuses with me today are UH West Oahu Chancellor, Manette Benham. UH Hilo Chancellor Bonnie Irwin couldn't be with us today, but in her stead is UH Hilo Vice Chancellor for Administration and Finance, Kale Raposa. UH Manoa Provost Michael Bruno is here. UH Manoa Acting Athletic Director Lois Mannon is here. Also Naota Ueno, the Director of the Cancer Center. Dean Parwinder from CETAR. Dean Shoemaker from JABSM. Dean Morioka from the College of Engineering are also here, as well as Chancellor Peñalosa from the Leeward Community College and Chancellor Eschenberg from Windward Community College. That was a long list, but I may inevitably have missed somebody, so we'll certainly introduce them if I do. I can say with certainty, even despite my very short time, that there are truly transformative opportunities in front of us to shape a brighter future for the university and our constituencies. Our strategic imperatives, which reflect our vision and provide the backdrop for our budget requests, include 4 major pillars. Fulfill Kuleana to Native Hawaiians in Hawaii, promote successful students for a better future, meet Hawaii's workforce needs of today and tomorrow, and diversify Hawaii's economy through UH innovation and research. We are committed to collaborating with you, the legislature, the community, and our other stakeholders to turn this vision into a reality. And our budget request today is foundational to that collaboration. Your support for our mission is essential and will make a lasting impact. To provide context for our quest, I'll provide some important information about the system that may be helpful to highlight the scope and importance of our work. There was a request to go a little bit more into detail than usual, so I hope you will bear with me as we go through this. The University of Hawaii system has a combined student population of over 50,400 students and includes 3 four-year campuses and 7 community college campuses, each with unique strengths and contributions. We also have 7 major research facilities on the islands and 2 very significant institutions on the Kaka'ako campus that provide services that are unduplicated in this state. The UH Cancer Center, one of 72 NCI-designated cancer centers in the U.S., and the John A. Burns School of Medicine, or JABSM, a teaching medical school. Of course, our flagship of the UH system is the University of Hawaii at Manoa, which combines world-class research and graduate and undergraduate education. It is literally just one of a handful of land, sea, space, and sun grant universities nationally. 63% of the students are Hawaii residents, ensuring that our local communities are supported, and 18% identify as Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islander. We have students from every state in the country, as well as 122 different nations. Impressively, 25% of our students are first-generation college students. That is a remarkable number for an R1 research institution and reflects our access mission, something we're very proud of. Enrollment, I'm pleased to report, is thriving with record incoming classes over the last 3 years, A total enrollment now exceeds 20,000 students for the first time since 2013. Students are drawn to UH Manoa for nationally and internationally recognized programs in many areas, including, to name just a few, marine sciences, earth sciences, astronomy, linguistics, Asian studies, Hawaiian studies, international business, and tropical agriculture. It is also the home to the state's medical school, law school, College of Engineering, and School of Architecture. We provide 97 bachelor's degrees, 86 master's, 56 research doctorates, and 5 professional doctorates. You may have heard it referred to as an R1, which means very high research activity, and Manoa is consistently ranked in the top 100 in the nation in federal research expenditures, providing applied research that's relevant to solving the complex problems and pressing needs of Hawaii and the nation. Last year, the research funding exceeded $460 million, which is 40% higher than just 4 years ago. UH Manoa is also the most globally focused campus in our system and takes seriously its kuleana to serve our neighbors in the Pacific and Asia. I'm sure that you also know that UH Manoa is the only NCAA Division I school in the state with 21 varsity teams competing in the Big West and the Mountain West conferences, with a full transition planned for the Mountain West in 2026. UH Hilo on Hawaii Island has 2,200 undergraduate students and more than 370 graduate students. More than 71% are residents of the state, and UH Hilo consistently ranks as one of the most diverse schools in the United States. Hilo majors focus on community-engaged, place-based, and hands-on learning, taking advantage of the diverse island environment and the vibrant and culturally diverse communities in which it sits. Degrees are offered in numerous areas that include agriculture, forestry and natural resource management, arts and sciences, business and economics, natural and health sciences, pharmacy, and Hawaiian language and culture. It also offers 2 unique PhD programs, including the Doctor of Pharmacy and a Doctor of Nursing practice program with a rural focus. There are also 3 master's programs that are unique within the UH system. UH Hilo is also home to the Imaloa Astronomy Center and the Pacific Aquaculture and Coastal Resource Center. We also have athletics there, Division II, with 12 teams that compete in the NCAA as part of the Pacific West Conference. UH West Oahu is strongly centered on meeting the needs of the local community for workforce and education, especially on the west side of Oahu. There are 2,800 undergraduate students, 95% of which are from Hawaii, with 11% from neighboring islands. A high percentage of students served there come from underrepresented communities, with 28% Native Hawaiians and 23% Filipino, and it has an average age of 26, which is considerably above the average for the university. In 2023, almost 30% of these students were first generation, and almost 30% were transfer students from Leeward Community College. UH West Oahu offers degree programs in teacher preparation, business, and the humanities, including Hawaiian Pacific Studies, and has cutting-edge programs in cybersecurity, creative media, and health professions, including pre-nursing. As you probably know, it is the home of the Academy of Creative Media, the Moving Image Archive of Hawaii, and the Center for Labor, Education, and Research. The University of Hawaii community colleges comprise 7 campuses, 3 university centers, and 4 education centers strategically located on 6 islands, currently serving nearly 25,000 students, 23,400 of which are residents of Hawaii. Our focus is to foster access to residents to post-secondary education and workforce training opportunities, both in person and in virtual settings, to prepare residents to fill the jobs that Hawaii needs. Each campus offers specialized programs that cater to emerging job markets while celebrating their distinctive heritage. To give you just a few examples, Hawaii Community College on the island of Hawaii stands out by honoring the region's indigenous culture, reflecting the concept of community in every aspect of its programs. With a fall 2024 enrollment of nearly 2,300 students, Hawaii Community College was recognized again as a top Fulbright producing institution, which is quite an honor, and serves the largest geographic area of any of our campuses. Honolulu Community College on Oahu has made its mark with robust apprenticeship programs, partnering with local unions and the Pearl Harbor Naval Shipyard. Established in 1920, it is our oldest community college, boasting a fall 2024 enrollment of over 3,400 students with the largest non-credit population in the system. Kapiolani Community College is a hub for healthcare programs and it enrolls more than 5,900 students. Offering a comprehensive range of health sciences, it serves as the sole provider for many programs, including medical lab technician, paramedic, and occupational therapy assistant. It offers numerous clinical partnerships with local hospitals and healthcare facilities to provide students with valuable on-the-job training and experience. The Culinary Institute of the Pacific is also located there, and importantly, Kapiolani remains as one of the most substantial transfer campuses in the community college system, serving as a vital link between our 2-year and our 4-year programs. Hawaii Community College, the only higher educational institution on that island, likewise offers diverse programs, including electronics technology, which is linked to high-paying jobs at the Pacific Missile Range facility. Notably, this campus has the highest percentage of early college students in the community system, with almost 1,400 enrolled, providing our youth with a head start on their future. Leeward Community College likewise provides both liberal arts and CTE, including, for example, online teacher education associate degrees, which bridge theory and practice for our emerging educators. With nearly 6,500 students this fall, Leeward makes higher education accessible, boasting various online offerings and educational centers, including the most recently innovative Wahiawa Value-Added Product Development Center for Food Innovation, which I happened to tour a couple weeks ago. It's really quite something if you haven't seen it. Maui College, with nearly 2,800 students and many additional students in non-credit apprenticeship programs, serves 3 islands. It proudly offers 2 4-year degrees, bachelor's in applied business and information technology, as well as sustainable science management. It has a number of CTE programs and is known for culinary arts, nursing, early childhood education, and dental hygiene. The college's regular engagement with community and integration of Hawaiian culture and values into its curriculum and its campus life makes students and stakeholders feel connected and empowers them to build successful careers here in Hawaii. The Lanai Education Center and Molokai Education Center are key resources for the college that provide access on the neighboring islands. And finally, Windward Community College on Oahu, with nearly 2,800 students, offers a range of transfer pathways to bachelor degree students. It is a hub for vet tech and the recently created mental health technician program. It has a nationally recognized theater conservatory program and a certificate in Limu culture. It provides degree pathways, importantly, to incarcerated citizens who are in facilities in the Bureau of Prisons, which is really important work that we do. So let me, before we turn to the budget, just invite all of you to come to our campuses and experience it in person if you haven't been there already. We'd be happy to arrange a tour of whatever interests you and show you more directly the work that we're doing. The UH operating budget reflects a robust funding support that's essential for sustaining the excellence that we offer. Annually, we benefit from approximately $637 million in appropriations of state general funding, and we generate about $361 million in tuition and fees, with another $195 million through enterprise activities in special and revolving funds. I mentioned earlier, we also receive revenue from our research endeavors, with externally funded research surpassing $650 million last year. I urge you to consider the significant items detailed in the University of Hawaii Board of Regents budget, as well as the governor's budget request. And I'll now ask our Vice President for Budget and Finance, Calbert Young, to review the specific requests with you.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Ms. Vice Chair, and members. I'd like to refer to the prepared testimony that the university has submitted and go over the specific budget item requests items. I will also be covering those requests included in the governor's budget proposal, but will also reference those items that are in the Board of Regents authorized request, even though they may not be reflected in the governor's request. To begin, for UH Manoa, the budget request is for $3.2 million to make permanent the current level of subsidy that is provided to athletics. Most of these requests represent one-time funding that was approved by the legislature last year into the budget, or via appropriation bills that need to be put into the base budget in order to be made permanent. This request for the subsidy is also included as part of the same for Hilo as well as Manoa. And second item is related to the Hawaii Institute for Marine Biology for $246,000. This was provided for positions via Act 181 back in 2023. So this request would make it possible for the positions and the functions to be made permanent. Expanded teaching cohort at UH Manoa for K-12 teacher education. This was provided, so this is for $420,000 in year one and $375,000 in year two. This is funding as requested to satisfy Act 141 from 2022. Again, funding currently exists but is not permanently in the budget. Also at UH Manoa, $85,500 each year to make permanent the Pamantasan Council support at UH Manoa. This was provided via Act 64 in 2023. And then for UH Hilo, I mentioned the athletic funding similar to Manoa, but also to provide funding for the Bachelor's in Education Studies and the Hua Viola Indigenous Teacher Education Program for $142,000. And then at the community colleges, for the Windward Community College Mental Health Tech Certificate of Competence Program that was authorized via Act 107 back in 2024. This is for about $210,000, again, to make that permanent. And then at Maui College, the Maui College Practical Nursing Bridge Program that was initially funded via Act 74 in 2023 for $330,000 per year. And then the Pamantasan Council funding for Act 64 at the community colleges is about $196,000. So all of those items are reflected in the governor's budget request. They are items that currently are funded at the university, but the request is that they should be considered to be inserted into the base for recurring funding. Other items that the university requests, I'll first cover on the operating side that was included with the governor's budget request. So in the area of student support, the governor has supported the university's request for at UH Manoa for financial aid counselors for $199,000 in the first year, $398,000 in the second year. And then at UH West Oahu for admissions and financial aid counseling support for $37,650 in the year one and $75,000 in year two. There are areas of workforce development that the university is specifically requesting support for, and reflected in the governor's request, there is a UH Manoa, UH West Oahu nursing collaboration. This was actually a request and funded last year by the legislature. So this would help us advance to the next phase of that expansion for $447,900. And then at UH Hilo to increase the School of Nursing cohort size for $357,000 in year one, $475,000 in year two. And then at West Oahu for pre-nursing pathway expansion of about $107,000 in year one and $215,000 in year two. All of those workforce areas last year was reflected in med industry expansion. This year, these requests are very targeted around nursing and the nursing programs. There are two items that are the most significant, I think, in the governor's inclusion is related to our medical facilities at the Kaka'ako campus. So I'd like to spend a little bit more time on the technical request. So for the medical school, JABSOM, and the Cancer Center, these requests center around general fund support to meet debt service. So the medical school was built in the early 2000s. The University of Hawaii was authorized to sell debt to construct the medical school. The legislature provided revenues from the National Tobacco Master Settlement Agreement, a portion of which comes to the state of Hawaii, statutorily provided to the university to meet debt service at the medical school. That source of funds has been declining and is scheduled to further decline to the state, of which the portion that comes to the university would also similarly decline. It is currently at a level that is below the amount of debt service. Debt service for the medical school runs through to 2033. So the request in the governor's budget is for another 1.1 million and 1.5 million respectively to help augment and supplement debt service obligations for the medical school. Similarly, for the Cancer Center, when the Cancer Center was built in the mid-2000s, the University of Hawaii was authorized to sell revenue bonds to construct the Cancer Center. The legislature provided by statute portion of the state's cigarette tax as the revenue stream to pay for or contribute to debt service and operating costs. So the cigarette tax is currently 16 cents per cigarette, of which 2 of the 16 cents is contributed to the Cancer Center Special Fund, which pays for the debt service and operation costs. Cigarette tax revenues for the state have been declining for several decades now, year over year. And the level of cigarette tax revenue and the portion that comes to the university via cigarette tax revenue is now reaching a point where it will be similar to the JABSOM situation. The amount of cigarette tax will be less than the annual debt service at the Cancer Center. So the governor's request for 9.5 million and 9.476 million, 9.44 million is recognizes the need for general fund support to help sustain and grow the Cancer Center as a significant resource for Hawaii. In the area of core functions, the governor's budget also includes support for facilities at UH West Oahu. These are not faculty positions, but instead these are positions that are necessary to maintain facilities and building physical plants, and especially at the Academy of Creative Media, which is the newest facility constructed at the UH West Oahu. And then in the other area is supporting for athletics, UH Manoa positions in athletics to help with counseling training for $320,000 in the governor's budget. For the total, all areas in the governor's budget, it equals about $17 million in additional general fund support. But I would also remind you that a good portion of that is actually funding that currently exists at the legislature. It's just not recurring funding in the budget. So a good portion of that request is actually just to make existing funding permanent. I would also like to now, though, identify the Regent-approved requests that were not included in the governor's budget request. And there are only a few, but some are more significant than others. Most notably will be the university's request to support the expansion of the Hawaii Promise program. The Hawaii Promise program is a last dollar financial assistance program that exists at the community colleges. It is established by statute. There is legislative appropriation funding to support Hawaii Promise at the community colleges. It's a last dollar program, so students who have demonstrated financial need via the federal FAFSA form, after all of their other available aid is provided, if they still have unmet financial need, Hawaii Promise will satisfy that need. So I always refer to it as the effectively free college program. But this program was established back around 2016, 17, and exists at the community colleges. The university has been trying to expand it to the four-year programs so that students, as they matriculate through the community college program, can have that level of financial support when they should go on to the four-year campuses. That has not been the case. The university is requesting that for Hawaii Promise, the amounts reflected in the testimony total to just about $12 million. That is the estimate that if Hawaii Promise was applied at the 4 years to the same degree that it is applied at the community colleges, that would be the estimated amount to develop that program at the four-year campuses. There are other areas that were in the Regent's request for workforce development that are not reflected in the governor's ask for areas of workforce development outside of the nursing approach. So these were in areas of, at UH Hilo, the expansion of the Administration of Justice program, a data science program, and biocultural science program, all at UH Hilo. And then at UH West Oahu, the teacher preparation program. It is not a reflection of the governor's decision to not support these workforce areas. The university is satisfied that the governor's support in all areas of the university budget help to advance those programs at the university. And then, so then I'd like to cover the amount of the capital budget requests that's included for the university. And again, I will just real fast talk first about what's included in the governor's budget submittal request. Governor supported a sizable portion of the Board of Regents' budget request for capital projects to the tune of about $145 million in year one and $114 million in year two. What the members will see is that a lot of that funding is in the area of RIM, R-I-M, which is Renew, Improve, Modernize funding. So this is to this would be a source of funds to address major repairs and renovations that are required throughout the entire university system. It would include a number of areas of deferred maintenance for the university. So for within system and Manoa, $50 million each year, and then specifically for student housing improvements at Manoa, $25 million. At UH Manoa for Holmes Hall, which is the College of Engineering, $9 million. And then at Manoa for the mini master plan, which will include Kuykendall Hall, for $5 million. And then at UH Hilo, $15 million each year for their RIM projects. At UH West Oahu, 6.5 million and 4.5 million respectively for their RIM projects. And then at the community colleges, rather than RIM, described as capital renewal and deferred maintenance, 20 million in each year. And then one specific project for the community colleges at Honolulu Community Colleges for technology renovations, the second phase, for 15 million. So in total, it equates to about 145 million in year one and 115 million in year two of the governor's request. For the Board of Regents request, the governor chose that amount out of what was requested from the Board of Regents, which equated to 381 million in year one, and 331 in year two, 331 million in year two. The big sizable areas for the funding that provided by the governor is in these lump sum areas for RIM projects funding. So the amount that the governor has included is still very workable and are at levels sufficient for the university to advance a capital program. If the members would just look at the specific projects that were not included for funding, or the amounts of the difference between what the university has requested and what the governor has chosen to include. And with that, I'll turn it back over to President, and for any questions that you may have on any of the technical items, all of the university personnel, campus executives, and leadership team are prepared to respond to your inquiries. Thank you.
We're happy to take your questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, and thank you for doing the expansion of what the university does. and things like that. So members, I did ask them to talk about it a little bit. As you may or may not realize that there are certain departments that have been expanding on what their purpose is and what their mission is and things like that, to give you a little more insight. And again, this is to help our committee to do our work. So I appreciate that. Okay, so members, we'll open it up for questions at this time. Anybody? Okay, Representative Hussey.
Thank you, and congratulations on your new position.
Thank you.
I had some questions about the report that the university submitted for the Student Scholarship and Assistance Special Fund. This is for HRS 304A. And so, do you mind if I kind of go through some numbers? This might be germane for Calvert. Okay, let me make sure I understand what I'm talking about. So this report says that the university provides $106 million in tuition differentials, and then an additional $28.5 million in tuition exemptions. Is that, am I understanding that right?
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not looking at the specific
sorry.
report here. Which is it the tabular?
No.
Okay.
It's in a report that the university submitted in November to
Okay.
the legislature.
Okay.
And in fact, Chair, if I'm out of order,
No,
I
please.
can do
Go
this offline. Okay, all right. It's a lot of money, right? It's and a substantial portion of this is going to non-Hawaii residents. And I guess kind of the big picture question that I have is, what is the state's return on investment for this, roughly $134 million that we're spending to essentially provide an additional subsidy? And obviously, it's a public university. The state of Hawaii subsidizes the education for everyone. It looks like the cost of education for each student is closer to $27,000, but we're charging $4,000 for in-state and $16,000 for out-of-state. But we're spending an additional $134 million of our public monies to further subsidize out-of-state tuitions, and some portion of that is in-state or Native Hawaiians who live outside of Hawaii, et cetera. But my general question is, what is the ROI on that additional cash that we're spending on that subsidy?
Yeah, so I'm going to just
can answer, I can begin the answer. From a 50,000-foot perspective, as somebody who's been in the industry for a while, it brings prestige to the university by bringing top scholars into the university. It creates excitement, it creates diversity from other countries, other places. It enriches our local students by having the exposure to different ways of thinking. It's very, very common among any public university to have some portion of funding for out-of-state students. So that's just as a philosophical matter, it does advance the reputation of the school and also the academic excellence of the inquiry. And I don't know if you have more specifically for.
Yeah, sorry, Representative. I think we found the report that you're referencing, so I'm familiarizing myself with this specific special fund here. But it looks like the fund and the purposes of what it pays for are things such as East-West Center, student grants, GI Bill, subsidy, tuition differentials for with resident to non-resident students for certain identified populations, i.e. like Native Hawaiians domiciled on the U.S. mainland. So it's things like that, or also the other big one looks like the Western Regional Graduate Programs, Pacific Island International Exchange. So I think again, if you like, I would happy to discuss with you with this more program after I get to a chance to talk individually with them. But it does look like the commitment is for providing financial resources to attract certain students to matriculate at the University of Hawaii. How the state or the university views a ROI on what that investment is, I think those are the things I'd like to talk with you more after I familiarize with how this program is reflected.
Maybe another 50,000 foot question is, how does the university, and I'm assuming through the BOR, how does it think about setting the relationship between in-state and out-of-state tuition?
Not sure I can answer that 50,000-foot question.
Yes.
And if I may, the reason, part of the reason I'm asking is our out-of-state tuition is actually quite affordable. You know, it's just north of $16,000, which if you look at U.S. educational costs, that's incredibly cheap. It's an incredible deal that we're providing for out-of-state folks. And, you know, and that's within the context of understanding that, you know, it's a $1.3 billion budget for the university. We have 50,000 students. So our actual cost of education is like $12,000 more than we're charging. And I'm curious, kind of that relationship, you know, why are we still subsidizing out of state, I guess is part of that question.
Sounds like something that we should take a look at. There is as I quoted some of the percentages for you, most of our schools are overwhelmingly Hawaii residents that we're serving. As it relates to a flagship R1 that has an international mission, then there are questions about the value of that to the culture and the educational environment itself. But that's certainly something that we could explore further if you have concerns, and it's not something that I have yet encountered here. So I'm happy to look at that and have that discussion.
Okay, thanks for answering my questions. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. As you discover things, maybe you can just share at the committee. And we can
Absolutely.
send it out
Happy to report back.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, members, further questions? Representative Lloyd.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Madam President, for being here. I like saying that. And maybe this is more for Calbert. You mentioned the RIM, which I think is a beautiful way of putting repair and maintenance, because you added in the modernization. But you also mentioned the Make Manoa Athletics Subsidies Permanent. On the sheet, it was 3.2 for Manoa, and then another 8.
800,000.
So together would be 4. Got it.
Together would be 4 million.
Great. And so that was your way of just showing where it's going to the different campuses.
Yes, so, so a little bit of history. So this subsidy, legislature started appropriating 4 million to UH system for athletics back in 2000 and just ahead of the pandemic. But the funding has since moved to non-recurring year to year, but it's always been 4 million. The university system, we don't have athletics at system, so it gets dispersed to the campuses that do have athletics, Manoa and Hilo. And the amount has historically been on this ratio of 3.2 million to 800,000.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, further questions? Okay, Representative, yeah.
Good morning, thank you. You mentioned that the Cancer Center, the cigarette tax revenue is on the decline annually. How is the Cancer Center planning to make up for the shortfall?
That is so that's a very big question, and the university and the Cancer Center have been working on a number of things to try to continue to sustain the level of productivity at the Cancer Center, but also there, as you'll hear from the Cancer Center director, there are a number of areas that the Cancer Center needs to grow. We need to do more research. We need to have more applied research, and the Cancer Center is committed to doing that. Affording that is a bigger challenge in light of the decline. The number one source to meet debt service has been the cigarette tax. So I can call up the Cancer Center director also, but I would just say there are other revenue streams available to the Cancer Center that they are developing as well. There's a Cancer Center consortium, so the hospitals and the local hospitals and other companies do contribute money to help support the Cancer Center for their purposes as well. There's a lot of philanthropic also donation, and there's a lot of extramural research grants and pharmaceutical research that gets done at the Cancer Center, and there's greater opportunities for that as well. So those are opportunities, I think, for the Cancer Center to help address, but in the area of debt service, because that is not one area that can be recovered easily. It is for a facility, it's for a built facility, it's tantamount to its mortgage. So that is the reason why the request is to help, for the state to help through the general funds to help support that.
Should also add that working through a strategic plan to address these issues, to have a forward-looking plan with there are multiple different avenues in which we can go, and the timing coming in now is good because then we can coalesce around a path forward, hopefully with the legislators' support on the debt service, but also getting our own strategy in order.
Hi. Thank you very much. And this is I'm the director of the University of Hawaii Cancer Center, Naoto Ueno. As you mentioned that the debt service is a major issue and the decline of the cigarette tax is very rapid, and currently we're at the 10% level annually going down. Now that said, that we're very proud of this cigarette tax going down because that is our strategy to decrease the smoking. And so we have been very successful based on our research and clinical activity. There is a significant gap that we have to contribute as a state to improve the overall clinical care. And what I mean by this is currently at the state of Hawaii, there are a significant gap of clinical trial access. As you know, that we have 0 phase 1 clinical trials, and as you know, that people who have means to leave the island will jump off the island, and this has resulted in a significant economical loss because family and patient have to spend a significant time at the continent. At the same time, most of the family who have advanced disease is not able to leave the island. So strategically, currently we have different avenue of how we are looking our situation. One, we do spending a significant effort of realigning the Hawaii Cancer Consortium, which is consists of 4 health system and HMSA. As of December, the board of the consortium has now approved the Hilo Benioff Medical Center to be joining the consortium, which will be adding the Hawaii Cancer Consortium budget up to $3.1 or $3.2 million. The second is one of the questions that's been coming from the ledge about addressing how we would be using the EVA side space that we have. As you know, the early phase clinical research center construction, the phase 2 construction started as of September 7th, 19th, and this is expected to complete towards late fourth quarter of 2025 or first quarter of 2026. That said, the concern has been that what is the utility of the space? So we have now actually undergone an agreement, MOA, with Queens Health System to develop the 3rd and 4th floor to bring the oncology service of the Queens Health System into the 3rd and 4th system. Now, this agreement is to create a rendering and plan and so that we could build out. So the goal is to have this a broader usage that would help us financially as well as bringing in comprehensive clinical care. And this similar discussion is currently ongoing with Hawaii Pacific Health. So I think I'm answering the question about this concern that you have brought to my attention since I started my tenure two years ago. Now, lastly, this is about clinical revenue. The Cancer Center was formed in a way that we will not have any clinical revenue more than a decade ago. And as you know, the growth and really to provide a higher impact, it's not just clinical trial, but downstream revenue is needed. So the plan that we provided as a business plan last year, we have over the 5 years to increase the adding a clinical revenue once we open the early phase clinical research center. So the concern has been that whether can we operate this. So we have done a stress testing on the operation already. And as of this first quarter, we will be opening the first clinical trial related to phase 1. And this is a use of oral agent. And we have a small clinic on the Diamond Head side so that we'll be ready to make sure that we'll be able to financially able to run and have a more accurate operation outcome towards the end of this year or beginning of next year. And so there's a lot of moving component that exists. Now, that said, even with every effort that we provide, the Cancer Center is still require support from the state. There is not a single NCI designated cancer center, 72, that is self-sustainable. So the question from my end is, my job is to reduce the cancer mortality. And we have a goal that we have to reduce significantly until 2030 or 35, working with the National Cancer Institute. And we have been successfully, because of your support, reducing the overall deaths in the state of Hawaii and USAPI. So that is one of the concerns that we have, and I recognize that this is not something that we could solve by ourselves, and we ask for your help. And I'm happy to take any other questions.
Okay.
Thank you, Director, for
Okay,
your
thank
work.
you.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, real quick, just to follow up, so, and you're right, because I kind of remember that it was Queens that kind of blocked the clinical trials at Jepsum. And so these new agreements in place now allow you to move forward?
That is correct.
Okay,
So in the past, it was blocked with all the agreement that we will build this building without no clinical activity. And we have also agreed to put cigarette tax, and cigarette tax is supposed to be aspirational and grow so that we could do a better job in our region. But from my perspective, unfortunately, there was probably a good reason for it. But from the cancer center director's perspective, cigarette tax using for service debt, it's something that I cannot agree, and it's hindering our growth.
okay. Yeah, I'm kind of, so there is an agreement with Queens now, and it changed everything. Can you send that agreement to us?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I
Okay.
just want to make sure that I have to confirm this with Queens because this is a private entity.
Well,
so-
it was put in place when, originally with, the medical center and Jabsum and the cancer center was supposed to be built in Wahiawa, where all the growth is going, and then,
I see.
and then now, and so if we built it in Kaka'ako, it was Queens that said, well, if you're gonna build it there, then they didn't want somebody competing against them, because they had their own.
Right.
But this this changes a lot, so that's why I want to see the agreement.
Yes, so we are, since my arrival or even before that,
Okay.
the direction is more harmony and synergy is needed.
Okay, very good, thank you. Okay, any further questions, members? Okay, Representative Grandinetti, followed by Kitagawa.
Good morning. Thanks for your presentation. I just have a quick clarifying question about the Hawaii Promise expansion. Would that expanded program apply to students who've matriculated through the community colleges and are trying to continue at the 4 years, or would it be eligible to students who are beginning their education at our 4-year institutions?
Thank you, Representative. That's a good question. So the amount that is reflected in the university's ask is if Hawaii Promise was available at the 4 years to the same degree it's available at the community colleges, that's the amount. So let's say it's 12 million on the ask. That means that at that dollar amount, it would be available to, say, freshmen, sophomores, if they chose to go to the 4 years program. In the past, I know legislature has considered different variations to the Hawaii Promise, including if it were only available for years 3 and 4 per se, at the 4 years, and continue to commit to years 1 and 2 at the community colleges. So that is a viable approach, and it would be significantly less to fund that than the amount that's in the budget ask.
Do you know roughly how many students are benefiting from the existing Hawaii Promise program?
I don't. I'm going to just turn around and look to see if somebody. 2,500 as an order of magnitude at the community colleges.
Thank you.
Okay, Representative Kitagawa.
Thank you. I have a follow-up to that question, actually, about Promise programs. So you mentioned the governor didn't approve the community college, or he did?
The expansion,
The expansion
the
to
budget request that the university have is actually to expand it to include the 4 years.
The
and
4
that's
years, okay. So currently it's at the 2 years. And do you have data, I guess, on how successful it's been? So like as far as graduation rate or transfer rate, those who have received the Promise program, how many, what's the percentage of that?
We absolutely have those stats, and we can, if we can provide them to you and the committee after this meeting. Yes.
Okay.
Very much. Further questions? Okay, Vice Chair.
Hi, morning. thank you to the university's commitment in, to growing our healthcare field professionals, particularly the nursing expansions. I saw in the testimony that the estimated positions for UH Hilo would expand the program by 40 people in the cohort. Do you guys have estimated numbers for the Phase 3 expansion between UH Manoa and West Oahu, and then also the West Oahu pre-nursing pathway? How much capacity are we building with those new positions?
Aloha, Mainette Benham, Chancellor at the University of Hawaii West Oahu. Our pre-nursing program, since we began it 3 cohorts ago, has expanded, I'd say at least 200%. We now get over 90 applications for 35 to 40 positions in our pre-nursing program. This coming cohort, we have 45 students, which is actually pushing our capacity, given we only have 2 faculty. Now, the number of students that test into the program and are accepted by Manoa in their second year as BSN students are approximately 24 to 26. They can literally go up another 10 students, but we just don't yet have the faculty capacity in order to be able to push that number up. We get a number of nursing students from Waipahu, Kapolei, Wahiwa, Mililani, coming into our program on the west side. That's how fast we're growing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Okay, Representative Templo.
Morning. I really think that the Hawaii Promise program is great, and I look forward to the expansion. But my question is, in regards to like retention, did you guys think of like possibly having students who are willing to, I guess, work or stay in Hawaii? Are there stories like that they stayed, and so we kind of have some type of, it's a good investment for our state economic-wise? Do you guys have data on that, or do you guys plan on having that as a requirement? Are there talks around that?
There are a number of scholarships or aid programs that exist within the state and applied at UH that do have requirements similar to that. Years of working in state. There's student loan programs for student loan forgiveness if they, in certain careers or industries, med industries one. There is not that requirement for Hawaii Promise, though. And in the current, applying it to the 4 years, the university currently does not have a thought around making that such a requirement in the Hawaii Promise program, even if it was applied to the 4 years. That being said, I think the program would still need to be structured. Hawaii Promise for the community colleges is established by statute, so it would be similarly, could be established by statute at the 4 years, and there could be different provisions if there was a difference, a constructed difference between the community colleges and the 4 years.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Templo, I think your question, the underlying piece, I don't have the specifics as it relates to this, but I've been in 2 states that have done extensive programs that are very similar. And I think you're asking what is the return on investment for the state. And in the 2 states that I've been, it has been overwhelmingly in excess of the amount of money that's been invested for these students, particularly because most of these students, it isn't a question of do they come to our university or do they go elsewhere. It's do they go anywhere. And this kind of access and entry point literally propels students into the middle class, not just for themselves, but literally generations of their family. So look forward to getting you that data, but can tell you in other states that this is replicating at some level. It is an overwhelmingly positive impact on the state's economy, let alone the human capital, obviously, which we care about the most.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Further questions, members? Okay, Chair.
Thank you, Chair, for the courtesy of allowing me to sit in on this briefing. Morning, President Hensel.
Good morning.
Congratulations on your appointment.
Good to see you.
Good to see you as well. Just 50,000-foot questions, and Chair, I promise I'll get into some budgetary requests too. But I know obviously we have a new president taking office next week, and there's been talk about potentially abolishing the Federal Department of Education. There's been a talk about this kind of a whole-scale retreat on DEI programs. How do you expect the university to navigate this new landscape?
Yeah, it's a great question, and we've been talking a lot about it because the stakes are very high, obviously. And in my last role during President Trump's time in office, I was in a red state, so had a bit more of a preview, I think, of what is possible and saw the evolution there. What I would say, the important thing to remember is what our mission is, and that is to educate people and propel them into the middle class and to be part of society. And we can do that and keep our commitment to equity and diversity, all the while trying to be as responsive as possible to federal policy, which by the end of the last administration was quite significant in terms of its restrictions, both for Title IX, it's already beginning to change, but also in terms of what type of programming we could do and how we could talk about certain issues. So I think the important thing from my perspective is where it immediately comes up against our educational mission, we need to speak about the significance of the values that we're protecting, and where we can comply and be good partners without intruding into those values, we need to be a good partner and work within the system. So we are already taking an assessment of what the potential impact might be in certain areas and trying to minimize any negative impact.
Okay, thanks for that. My next set of questions is regarding housing. I know the legislature passed, I think it was Senate Concurrent Resolution 143, which asked the university to come up with a comprehensive plan to address faculty and student housing. Could you folks give us an update on that?
Sure, I'll ask Jan Govea to come up. And I will say while she's coming up here, I did a tour of every facility that we have last week and spoke with students on the ground and viewed just, to see it myself. And the one thing that was really powerful with the students that we spoke to is not just the importance of having excellent facilities, but the importance of them being affordable. And sometimes those two things are in conflict when it relates to how pretty it is. Is it a cosmetic concern or is it a health, wellness, and safety concern? And I know that we've been talking about, we absolutely will address every health, wellness, and safety concern, but want to remain committed to that entry access point for our students who will not be able to afford the housing, the more modernized it gets. So I turn it over to you, Jane.
No, thank you, President. President Hensel does hit the highlights of the report that we submitted. Trying to balance or bring a balanced approach to providing affordable housing at a service level that we are all at least proud of and are confident that we provide safe spaces for our students to thrive in. So the report that we submitted addressed the existing inventory that we have for student housing and set forth and highlighted what a 7-year CIP plan would look like to maintain that current level of inventory, but also identified other opportunities where we could increase inventory through either a public-private partnership arrangement or another balanced type approach between perhaps funding from the legislature and funding that the university could bring to the table to, again, not only finance its CIP program, but also to expand the inventory available to students.
Specific to Hale Noelani, I know there's been a lot of attention on the fact that that complex has been shuttered since 2018. I think there's about 550 beds that have been taken offline. What do you think is the best path forward with that? Do you see value in just perhaps demolishing the structure altogether and then perhaps looking at a P3 partnership that I know that UH has had some success in
Yes.
to replace those units?
Yes, the P3 model has been the preferred route for how we address the Hale Noelani footprint. Demolishing it would be great. I think we estimated it to be about $6.5 to $8 million to demolish. We did not have funding available to do that up to this point, but at some point in time, we are going to have to address the fact that it does remain uninhabited, right? And we have to We've boarded it up to prevent people from going in, but we do believe that that site is best utilized to increase density and increase our inventory. And again, we look to a P3 partnership to deliver that method of housing.
Is there anything you can share in terms of concepts for that property if it is cleared? Whether you're looking at potentially a couple taller towers, more density, how many more units that might be able to host there?
Yep. We have explored roughly at an additional 1,500 units through 2 towers with a mix of housing units that can support freshman housing as well as non-freshman living. We do have new graduate student housing available coming up through Halehalkani, which is the old NOAA site. So really we are looking at efficient use of a tower type footprint that can deliver close to 1,500 beds.
Okay, thank you. Regarding the RIM process, repair, improve, modernize, I know, as you folks mentioned, the governor only approved half. What is the current backlog in terms of repair and maintenance for the entire system?
It's close to $1 billion, and we run roughly 100 to 150 million in preventive maintenance. That's on the schedule that needs to be done every year. And every year that we do not do that preventive maintenance program, those spaces fall into a state of disrepair and into the deferred maintenance category. And so our RIM funding does really help us stay ahead of that cycle of just building on the deferred maintenance. But that is our backlog right now.
Does that 7-year CIP plan get us to zero at some point down the line, or is there always going to be a deficit, you think?
I think there will always be a deficit. I'm not sure it's the best use of funding to get to zero. I think there are some industry standards where you can get maybe closer to 15 or 20% might be an acceptable rate, but we are far exceeding that when you look at the facility condition index and the cost to replace.
Okay, thank you. Another item that was not included in the governor's budget was $9 million for, let's see, where was it? A new administration office and parking on the upper campus. Can you explain the vision behind that campus? You know, in addition to being the higher ed chair, I also do represent the Manoa community. You know, street
Yes.
parking is always at a premium. We get a lot of calls about that constantly. But can you explain the vision for building a new parking structure on the upper campus?
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity to share with you the idea that we had, which was adding inventory to our parking that makes more parking available to students, as well as eliminating all of the interior roadways within the main Manoa campus. I don't know if many of you are familiar, but there's lots of little roadways coming here and there. And so the idea would be to be a pedestrian-friendly, walkable campus where the perimeter of the main Manoa campus would be the only place that vehicles can have access. And if we put a parking structure where near the current Korean Studies building is, we'd look to add anywhere between 1,500 to 2,000 stalls. That would allow us to, again, eliminate all of the interior parking and vehicular access ways, as well as make all of that available to employees, which would allow us to dedicate the lower campus parking structure, which is about 2,500 parking stalls, to student spaces.
Okay, thank you. And then what do you anticipate the final cost would be for the structure itself? I know you have $9 million in planning here.
Well, it's about $60,000 a stall. We are looking at, maybe anywhere between 100 and 120 million, possibly. But the programming money would allow us to take a look at possibly putting together even a public-private partnership arrangement to help offset some of the costs, not 100%, but some of it, so that the parking rates could be affordable as well.
Okay, thank you, Jen. Just a few more questions, if I may, Chair. For President Hensel, I have to ask this since there was a lot of discussion about the athletics program and the athletic director specifically. Can you share what your plans are to fill that position?
Sure. So there will be some discussion at the Board of Regents meetings. My understanding is that I will receive instructions and guidance from the board as to their expectations. But what I can tell you My goal and my conversations have all led to the same place, which is to move forward expeditiously in a national search to ensure that we find the best possible person that we can in the most transparent way that we can, so that the community has an opportunity to engage in that process, that it is not just internal stakeholders, but also external stakeholders that will be part of the search committee. So I expect that there will be more information forthcoming very shortly on that.
Thank you, President. And just one final question for the board chair, Chair Lee, if I may. This question predates your service on the board, but I know right now the president also serves as the chancellor of the Manoa campus. Is the board considering separating those two positions at any point?
Right now, the board is still in the assessment process. We had to go out with a job description with the president and chancellor combined, but we, since we have the president now, we can start that assessment process. It's, there's a few things, but there is a cost to separating it and also some benefits too, but we have to weigh both sides.
What is your timing for that assessment?
I think the last year when we had a separate chancellor position and then we put it with the president, I think that whole assessment process took a few years.
I'm sorry, I meant to ask, where are you in that assessment now?
Oh, we haven't started it yet.
You haven't, okay. So you expect it'll take a few years if past practice holds. Okay, thank you. I think that's it, Chair. I failed to mention at the beginning, I just wanted to thank you, President Hensel, and your team for hosting the Higher Education Committee on various site visits. I know you said you've been on the job for 2 weeks. I think I got word that I'll be the Higher Ed Chair about a month ago, so I can totally appreciate what you're dealing with. But especially Stephanie Kim was been very helpful in allowing the committee to visit the UH Hilo campus. We'll be at JABSM in the Cancer Center tomorrow. Unfortunately, because of the thunderstorm on Friday, we had to cancel our UH Maui College visit. But to the rest of the chancellors in the room, we are planning on a pretty robust schedule in the interim to come see for ourselves the state of your campuses and to hear from you folks directly. So thank you, President. Thank you, Chair.
Absolutely. We welcome your engagement, and anytime we can arrange something, we would love to do that.
I think, you know, during the interim, the Finance Committee usually does a lot of site visits, so we'll take you up on that.
Great.
Thank you. Okay, further questions, members? Okay, real quick, Garrett, can you come up and update the committee on where we are as far as there was a lot of money that came in for deployment of broadband, and I know that you know you were well, the money went to BNF and then you were assigned to move forward on it, but there was also funds that went to Hawaiian Telcom as well as DHHL, and how that is coordinating with you, and then what the status as far as your part goes.
Thanks, Chair. I appreciate the question. So the great thing is that we have Lieutenant Governor Sylvia Luke.
Right. So she gave us a slight
right?
briefing on that, but
Yeah,
maybe
so
from your perspective. Thank
We
you.
have, so the university has direct responsibility for execution of two of the largest programs in that space, the BEAD program, which represents about $150 million in federal funds, and the Capital Projects Fund out of U.S. Treasury, which represents another $115 million. So we are executing on both of those. We have projects already in flight and in play. We are on schedule on execution of all of the, as those of you that are used to handling federal funds know, there's typically a bunch of process that the federal folks push us through to make sure that we both plan for and expend the money according to the rules of the various programs. So we are on schedule in terms of the program execution as we have gotten both deliverables as well as process steps approved by the NTIA, by the federal government, as well as the U.S. Treasury. The Treasury money funds primarily the deployment of new inter-island submarine cable activities. The process is well underway with our contractor. The BEAD money prioritizes last mile connections. Those we are actually already released. We have already released RFPs to seek out the partners for implementation of last mile deployment on all islands. Those RFPs are scheduled to do their initial close at the end of this month, end of January, and we do anticipate being able to provide selection of partners no later than June of this year, with the expectation that actual implementation activity would occur starting the back half of 2025. a lot of the states have been having and running into some difficulties in execution to make sure they can get to the end result. But I think we're very fortunate in this state to have a number of good private partners as well as cooperation across of all of the public entities, both state and county, to be able to help us move the projects forward. So we are very encouraged in terms of the activity and the level of execution that we're undergoing now, and we're looking forward to seeing actual implementation activities occur soon. The Capital Projects Fund had two pieces, if you folks will remember from some of the earlier briefings. Besides the subsea cable activity, there's also a project that we are soon to announce agreements going forward for the Hawaii Public Housing Authority. And then on the BEAD side, again, we are very pleased with the effort moving forward. It is a little bit, hate to use the word bureaucratic, but there's a bunch of process that we are needing to go through to make sure we check all the boxes with the federal funding authorities. But we have gotten lots of support from our federal program partners, as well as, again, from our state and county partners to move that forward. So pretty pleased going forward. Happy to provide details in any of the projects if you'd like.
I think, at the end of the day, I think you have a third-party vendor that's going to be deploying the execution of it. And then with that, they are tasked to operate and help maintain it going forward through revenue that is coming through. But at the same time, these are federal monies that are coming in. And at the end of the day, it is to help the state a little bit, right? So could you explain to us what's the benefit the state gets out of this?
Yeah, so the great thing with the federal funds is that it essentially it flips the capital equation for investment in what is traditionally private sector infrastructure. So with a bunch of the deregulation activities that occurred over the last 80 or 100 years, actually, the majority of U.S. telecommunications infrastructure has been privately funded with private rates of return. And as you can imagine, in particular for some of our highly rural locations, the numbers simply don't pan out. I mean, just realistically speaking, from a commercial return perspective, it is difficult to make large capital investments to fully satisfy all of the remote locations, in particular in Hawaii. The great thing with the federal funds is it directly addresses the CapEx difference to make sure that we can build out those facilities to reach all of our highly remote residents, our highly rural residents, as well as, particularly in the case of this inter-island submarine cable, it provides a capital injection to make that project happen, whereas it's difficult to say when it would have happened without that capital injection. So it really creates that benefit, and then the benefit accrues to all of the residents on a statewide basis, which is really
Part of
important
the
for us.
issue was the aging infrastructure as well as redundancy, and right. So the landing sites will be in different areas,
right? Correct.
To address, right, so that we have that redundancy. But at the same time, many of them are landing or connecting to UH campuses.
Correct.
And I just want to understand I think we talked about it a little bit, but to help us understand a little bit more why those sites were chosen, and then what is again, the benefit to the state?
Yeah, really good question. So when we did some initial design work several years back with the help of some ARPA funds by the previous administration, so the important thing for us was to make sure that when we made this investment of public funds into what is traditionally commercial telecommunications assets, we felt it was critically important to make sure when we chose the endpoints for those locations. So as you noted, several of the submarine cable locations show up on UH campuses. It was critical that the locations that we chose were publicly managed locations, and to the greatest extent possible, open access, so that the facilities that were built would benefit all industry or all industry partners, so that we could really promote both access as well as affordable competition in this space to help bring the cost of in particular for the high cost areas, our neighbor islands in particular, The rural areas of the neighbor islands definitely stand out as areas that we should make sure we pay attention to. So the choice of the public facilities was to make sure that we could ensure that open access over a long period of time. Those facilities were also chosen because they also have existing fiber infrastructure for our incumbents, so that we would not disadvantage any of the folks that already made investments in the area, but really gave both the incumbents as well as any new entrants the ability to do so on an open access basis.
Like I said, I think we talked about this briefly, but I think maybe what would be helpful going forward is maybe any kind of detail into the agreements with the third-party vendor, exactly what their role is. My understanding is, right, at the end of the day, the net revenue out of that is shared.
Correct.
Right, and you know what the exactly what the shares, the state portion is, and how is that going to be deployed from there?
Yeah.
And exactly, you know, the vendor exactly, you know, with their share, you know, I understand they're a for-profit company, so they have to make money, but at the same time, right, what are they going to be maintaining? What are they, you know, those different things?
Yeah, I'd be happy to share
and
that.
how are those numbers?
Happy to share that with you. The starting point is 20% equity on the part of the state. So the starting point is a 20% share. But as as the details of the agreements develop, happy to share them with you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, there are other questions that I have, but I think that those are the big money ones that I think are important. We'll have our staff continue to work with you, and we appreciate President Hensel, that your presence here today, and all your people, and we look forward to working with you. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, members, we are in recess. Okay, we're going to reconvene the Committee on Finance. Next up, we have the Department of Transportation. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Chair. Hello, Chair, Vice Chair, and members. Ed Sniffen, Department of Transportation. Here with me today, I have all the program leaders. We have Kurt Otoguro, who runs airports, Dre Khalili, who runs harbors, Tammy Lee, our first deputy, who runs administration, and Robin Shishiro, who runs our highways program. Behind them, we have some of our staff, Larry Dill, who's our highways administrator. We have Lynn and, is that Robert, yeah? Lynn and Jason, who are on our finance side for airports. For our project management side for airports, Sandra and Ryan. And then, of course, we have Melissa Miranda Johnston, who's our legislative lead. Just to talk a little bit about our programs. For DOT, in general, we're a special funded organization that's self-sufficient. For highways, we have 2,500 lane miles that we manage. And we make sure that we're pushing the priorities to ensure that we're pushing a state of good repair, making sure that our system that we have works better than it did before. Robin's been doing a great job of not only managing the program, but also attracting more federal funds to the program to ensure that we don't have to raise our fees to our public in this area when we get our jobs done. On the airport side, we have 15 airports, 5 commercial, 10 general aviation. Make sure that we use the airport funding to the extent possible to make sure that we can upgrade as much as possible. Now, that being said, we're getting limited on funding. We want to make sure that we minimize the amount that we increase to our airline partners, because once we increase there, those are pass-throughs to all of our passengers here. We don't want to affect the public from Hawaii. And the harbors program as well. In general, it's funded by wharfage and demurrage. That's the biggest portions of the harbors fund. Dre's been doing an amazing job of making sure she's taking some of Robin's money on the discretionary fund side to ensure that we can push more improvements on the harbor system, again, without impacting our residents here. Priorities on the airport side, you can see a lot of our requests are going to be for airfield pavements. We want to make sure that we're keeping our airports safe. Some of you who've gone on the tours, the airport tours, have seen the degraded condition of our airfields, and we want to make sure that that's the piece that we focus on. Then we move into the terminals to make sure we improve our experience for all of our travelers coming through. Of course, we want to make sure we take care of our tourists, but primarily we want to make sure we take care of our residents. For us, airports is an extension of the highway system. Our residents can't go anywhere between islands or to the mainland without jumping on a plane. And on the harbor side, we want to make sure that we upgrade the system to build efficiencies to the extent possible, because every dollar we can save on the ports saves money to all of our constituents here. We sent a package to just show the general funding mechanisms for our programs. And if you like, I can just run through them real quick.
Please.
On the airport side, you can see if you go to that pie chart on the 3rd page, the majority of our funds, our revenues, comes in from airlines rates and charges. So those are landing fees and the charges that we, for the space rentals and the like, that come through for airports. 28% come through concessions. That's our parking, our food and beverage, our retail in those areas, and our duty-free. And non-terminal rentals. These are all properties that airports owns outside of the terminal area that we lease out to different businesses. Our funding that comes from FAA for airports, very small compared to the program. It's just $40 million a year. That's an entitlement. We have discretionary grants that we can go for in addition to that, and airports has done a great job of increasing that amount of money that we've been getting for those pieces. That's the general revenue field for airports. One of the things that I should mention is for airports, you can see just from the bar charts below, everything dipped, of course, during COVID. Everything's coming back now, except duty-free. Duty-free, that used to be the big piece of our revenues internally because it took into account the duty-free that was being sold at the Waikiki store is gone, and it's generally not going to come back. That business model is kind of ancient now, and we don't expect it to come back significantly. Also, anytime we are short on funding, in general, because of our lease agreements with the airlines, they're required to make up the difference. So say this year, last year we made roughly $280 million. Say we spent $300 million. That $20 million delta has to come from the airlines by increasing rates and charges. We try not to do it as much as possible because once we increase those rates and charges, it starts hitting our residents as well when they travel. So that's the airport piece. On the harbor side, that pie chart on the fourth page, you'll see about 3/4 of our funding there is for wharfage and demurrage. That's when ships call, they start storing when they store their containers on our facility, that wharfage, they have 3 to 4 days of free time. That's included in their wharfage. If they go beyond that time frame, they now charge demurrage. That's going to be a lot more expensive. We generally offer them storage if they ask us for it up front, but if not, we'll charge them the demurrage. We have about 15% of our funding from lease rentals. Those are properties that we rent out to different agencies out there. We got some storage amount that when people come in and ask us for storage, we'll charge them that instead of demurrage. And we have some dockage fees that everybody pays when they come through, especially for the cruise ships. Cruise ship numbers, those are big comparative to normal times because of the pent-up demand that we had from the continent to the U.S. We don't expect to see those numbers staying up there for a long time. That's harbors. Now on the highway side, on the 6th page, you'll see another pie chart. I've got to thank the legislature for the increases that we've had in the rental car surcharge over time. Because of that, that's our largest portion of pledged revenues right now when we start going to our bond floats. So it's about $105 million per year. That's $7 per day on rental cars that are being surcharged specifically for highways. In the past, there was a portion of it, the $2 to $3, that was committed just to capacity, and another $4 that was committed to the program in general to make sure that we could match our federal funds that came through. And of course, we try to balance out the program to ensure that we hit all the needs of the public. You'll see that every year is about $80 million for our fuel tax, and you see that number coming down now. So we're at about 76 now, and we expect that number to continue going down. Great thing for the environment, great thing to move towards clean energy. Not so good for our program when we see those reductions, which is why we, again, appreciate the legislature for helping us to push forward on our road user charge program. That's going to help us at least stabilize those amounts as we go. Registration fees and weight taxes are collected at registration. And you'll see it's generally about $80 million to about $40 million, or $80 million for weight and $40 million for registration. We know that that's not capturing all of the vehicles that are out there. We know that there's issues with people not registering their vehicles, which is why we're supportive of sheriffs who are pushing for the potential of using our red light cams and our speed cams to start managing or enforcing registration and safety checks on the system. And I believe they're going to drop a bill this year just to have the conversation. We get interest on the funding that we give to BNF to hold for us. And in general, our miscellaneous side, we have that includes the enforcement funds that you guys have provided us and other collections that we have, just very small portions of our account. Another big portion is the FHWA funding, the $225 million. In general, that amount is restricted to 90%. That's the authority that we have until August comes around when we talk about the redistribution piece and generally get it back. So that's the overall kind of overview of the program itself. And we're open for any questions you might have. Thank you, Chair.
No, you can go into your budget at this point.
Yeah, so let's start off with airports.
Okay.
You can go through the budget requests.
Yeah. So, good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Kurt Otoguro, Deputy Director for Airports. First and foremost, congratulations to the representatives who just got into office. Appreciate it. I look forward to working with you. And like Director said, thank you for some of you for taking the time to visit the airports and seeing some of the projects and the needs that we have. For this fiscal, the next biennium, what we're asking for is operating and maintenance budgets of $368.6 million in fiscal year 26, followed by $368.6 million in fiscal year 27. On the CIP side, we're asking for approximately $868 million in CIP monies and $912 million in the following year. And so that's our general request. We are working with Director and the team to issue revenue bonds in the upcoming year, working with Budget and Finance. The estimated amount that we're targeting is approximately $650 million. So this week, we are having the rating agencies come down. So we'll do a credit presentation to show the strengths of the state as well as the airport system. And hopefully we get a good rating from that. We can set the price of the bonds. And then in mid or early February, we'll be taking a trip to the East Coast to then talk to investors and sell those bonds. So lots going on with regard to the financial side, as Director said. Being self-funded, we rely heavily, well, exclusively on revenues that are generated. And so the requests that you're seeing in front of you are intended to supplement our operations. One note that you'll see, or maybe not in the budget, but the airports is financially sound, it's liquid. And as Director knows, during the pandemic, the revenue stream temporarily halted due to no passenger fees and landing fees. And so that required the airports to accumulate more cash. And so that is something that is turning out to be in favor for the state as well as the airport system as we go into this bond issuance. The more liquidity we have, the more confidence the investors will have. And so you'll see that in the airport system. But the good thing about the airport system is that the revenue needs to exceed expenses. It's obvious accounting 101, and they have done that. But as Director said, should the revenues not do that, we do have that agreement with the airlines. But just to give you a little bit of background, last fiscal year, we did generate $763.7 million off expenses of $604 million. So we're able to come out with a net position of $140 million, which goes into cash. We had some capital grants from the federal government, as Director said, but nevertheless, we're dependent on our own revenue bonds to sustain our airport system. With regard to specific projects on the operating side, I don't know whether any member had any questions with regard to any specific O&M requests.
We're going to go through all the testimony first, and then we'll take questions at the end. Thank you.
So, in general, you'll see a larger number for security. And that's because of a couple of things. One is our increased security requirements at each of the airports. So we have a contractor that does that. So it's about almost 13 million that we're requesting incrementally on top of the contract. We're also mandated by TSA to do a worker screening, aviation worker screening process, which is unfunded by the federal government, by TSA. But airports across the country are mandated to do this, and so we're looking at purchasing equipment, staffing it, so forth at all of the commercial airports as we speak. So those are some of the larger requests that are one time that was not planned. But yeah, happy to answer any questions.
Awesome. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to just go through our operating budget request first and then walk through our CIP request. But just walking through Table 6, I think our operating additions really fall into just a handful of different buckets, if you will. So one is, since the transfer of our harbor police personnel to DLE occurred in January 1, 2024, we're asking for additional funding to pay for some of the new positions and higher salaries for some of those DLE positions to serve our commercial ports. The other is, we do provide contracted security at our facilities statewide, and we found a discrepancy in the security services that we were providing that were services that were being provided by our harbor users that rightfully should have been provided by the state. So the increases that you see for facilities statewide for facility security at our inner island barge terminals is to account for that. We are also seeking additional funding for our special maintenance projects. As we testified last year, the costs of these projects are increasing with inflation, cost of materials, and even cost of labor. So whereas we are carrying out roughly the same volume of projects, just the costs are increasing, so we're asking for that budget increase. In addition, one of the biggest items in our budget request is for $19 million in fiscal year '26, and that's to buy out our energy savings contract. We found it did not pencil out the way we anticipated it would when we entered in that agreement in 2016, 2017. And so we think it's more efficient, not only for our finances, but for our harbor users' finances also, if we just buy it out and then not have to worry about the escalations in that agreement. And then the last item, we do have our ask for our debt service. That is actually the largest ask in our budget. And then we are pursuing a federal loan through what's called the TIFIA program, and we anticipate that we might incur, or we might have to start paying the loan as early as this biennium. And so we do have that in our budget. And the loan proceeds would actually go to pay for redevelopment that we have planned at Hilo Harbor and Kahului Harbor following the ongoing land acquisitions that we have at both ports. And this will be our first time pursuing this federal loan program, but we do like the flexibility that it offers compared to a bond sale. We also appreciate that a federal discretionary grant, should we get one for either of these projects, could be used to repay that debt service. And the rates are really good for us, especially for our projects on the neighbor islands. And then the last two items that I'd want to call out are just increase funding so that we can reclass and redescribe some of our existing positions and make those positions just a little more functional for our current operations. With that, I want to turn to our CIP request. If you look through our CIP numbers, the descriptions are pretty broad, but I'll walk you through what we're intending to do with those specific costs. So for our harbor administration, where you see those budget requests, it's really to cover the staff cost for our harbor modernization program. And then you'll see $15 million for each biennium, and that's to cover our open-ended contracts. It's a lot faster and more efficient for us to run projects when we can easily access like a civil or structural engineer, even electric engineer. So that request covers that. For Honolulu Harbor, as we complete the Kapalama Container Terminal project, which is scheduled for this year, there are some projects that were de-scoped earlier in the project that we do need to come back and do. So that includes some modifications in and around Awiki Street, where KCT connects to the Young Brothers Inner Island Barge Terminal. So that includes replacing a box culvert that's part of the city's storm drain system to allow cargo to pass between the two terminals without having to go onto Awiki Street and Libby Street. We also are looking at 2 land acquisitions in Honolulu Harbor that will help square off our property lines along the Nimitz Highway corridor and gives us just more opportunity for yard expansion at a future date. So the cost for the budget for those land acquisitions in Honolulu are included. At Kalailoa Harbor, there's quite a bit of erosion occurring at Pier 3, where Morisco operates its dry dock. And so for fiscal year '27, we're asking for $35 million to help shore up that erosion that's occurring. We're also pursuing federal funds. So if we are successful in getting those funds, the actual amount needed for that CIP will be decreased. For Kahului Harbor, while I mentioned we are looking at that land acquisition, there are some site utility improvements that need to happen much sooner than we can do that larger redevelopment. So that's $10 million request for 27 fiscal year. At Nowiliwili, we have a couple of projects, including a gate improvement at Pier 3. We've got to widen the gates to just better accommodate some of the truck turns into our facility. And then speaking of erosion, like we have at Kalailoa at Jetty Road along Pier 1 of Nowiliwili is something we need to take care of. And then the last item in our CIP project is actually for Kamalapa'u Harbor on Lanai. And there's some sewer improvement that we'll need to do. But I think we're waiting for some guidance from EPA on closing the cesspool and converting that. So that is our CIP request as well as our operating.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. Robin Shishida with Highways. So the first line item you see in our O&M is a $15 million request for fire mitigation. So last year, after the Lahaina fires, we utilized our own money and we cut fire breaks within our right-of-way and also on other state agency right-of-ways and even some private properties. We coordinated with all the fire departments, got where the priority areas were, and we just utilized our forces or our contractors to go ahead and cut fire breaks. So that's what the $15 million there is for. The $5 million, that's the statewide homeless cleanups that we've been doing. And again, that's a statewide effort. You know, all state departments come to us and we can go on their properties and do that cleanups. And part of the money is also used for storage of all the items that we collect. So that's a big chunk of it. Going down some of the other bigger items pertaining to the different districts on Maui, our MS4 program, that's for doing covered cleaning. We also have some other equipment purchases like a boom crane. We have an aerial that, you know, it helps with also with tree trimming, traffic signal maintenance, and other items to do. On Kauai, we also have some traffic signal parts, traffic control, and a lot of vegetation management that we have going on different islands. So you'll see those line items there. We also have our Dept service increase, our central services. On Kauai Island, there's an establishment of the control lane unit that they have going on right now. And also just going down to the O&M, there's other small pieces where it's maintaining our software programs that we have in place and also adding on more like our Google platform that we utilize for our resiliency and our safety analytics. Jumping to our CIP requests. So our CIP requests, we have a lot of lump sum appropriations, and these lump sum appropriations covers various projects. There's a detailed list for it. But generally, we have these lump sum appropriations to do our pavement system preservation, as Ed mentioned, to keep our system in good repair. We also have our bridge program in here. And some of these programs, especially the bridge and pavement, they're mandated by the federal government. So when we get the federal highways funding, we need to maintain a state of good repair. If not, we get penalized or they will tell us what to do with the funding. So we need to keep up with that. The lump sum appropriations is traffic signal operations, planning, and other highway system safety enhancements and projects. There are specific line items for projects. If you go down towards the end of the table 15, we have the H3 mitigation work. I think that was when the H3 was constructed. Poinaco on Hawaii Island, that's up by the school, and that will add that center left turn lane to help with the traffic mitigation during school times. Kamali'i highway improvements, that's on Kauai to add capacity on there. Interstate H1, that improvements, that's part of our projects that we've been doing with developers in order to help affordable housing. We've been partnering with a lot of developers where we will take on their infrastructure improvements, and in exchange, they will provide more affordable housing above and beyond, you know, what the county or is required. And these improvements are what was required by the Land Use Commission, you know, when they went for their approvals. Last line item on the first page is our highway research statewide. So that's with our lab and there's various statewide projects that we do. And Pa'akea Road, so that was part of emergency access route down the area that we're going to be taking over and having that route permanently open that can be used as a secondary route. And lastly, Pi'ilani Highway, that's another project where we're partnering with a developer to take on the infrastructure while they provide more affordable housing.
Awesome.
Good morning. Unlike the other MOs, airports, harbors, and highways, the administration doesn't take any revenues. So we're funded through the pro rata share that airports, harbors, and highways pays into. And that's based in statute according to expenditure from the previous year. So for this biennium in FY26, we are requesting $7.2 million, and in FY27, $7.5 million. And for the administration, a lot of the budget requests are going to process improvements. For example, on the human resources side, developing a pilot project for our frontline supervisors and managers to get training on labor relations if there's a workplace violence issue or an issue that they're unfamiliar with. We can load all of the collective bargaining agreements, all of our past arbitration grievances into artificial intelligence type bot. And the supervisor, the new manager, can query the bot if an incident happens so that they can get direct kind of guidance on what to do on the next steps. So some of the priorities for the administration, the first one is our greenhouse gas reduction plan. In it, we're asking for $1 million to develop this plan, and it's in response in part to the Navajine settlement. That plan, the draft is coming out towards the end of May of this year. Also related to that, we developed a volunteer youth council on transportation. Before the plan is finalized, we are going to get input and feedback from the public, of course, but also from this youth council. Education and training, that's the third priority, is what I talked about, the labor relations artificial intelligence bot. A lot of the asks are going to be some technology based process improvements. An IT platform. So, of course, every year we have our goals and priorities and performance measures in our Act 100 report. For highways, we've gone through dashboard reporting since about 2019. So what this is going to do is roll it out to airports and harbors so that instead of reporting as PDF, it can be dashboard, taking data from other sources. The fifth priority, it was the labor relations. Under number 6 is a career path development. So for the human resources side, we know that we have to do better at retaining our existing employees. And I think, not to speak whatever about DHERD, but we feel like when you go to the DHERD website, it's very distinctive. You're looking for a specific job. You're going through all of the classifications and seeing where you fit. For this career pathways, it's more like you're already in the system, you're working for the DOT. An example could be an engineer 3 wanting to take the next step, but what is it and what are the opportunities, not only for the modality that they're in, but if there's an interest in moving from highways to harbors or harbors to airports. We found that we did these all-staff meetings, and we did it statewide. We went to all major islands. We had several here on Oahu. And what we found is that our employees at times get the information of what our projects and priorities are through the news. And so we thought we should be developing this engagement internal at first and managed that way and then pushed out into the public. Our next ask, and then we have some Attorney General Transportation Division add-ons. So the biggest ask at priority number 11 is this IT modernization, and we put that in as a placeholder for the rest of the modes to upgrade their legacy systems. And then finally, the salary increases for the planner shortage, the engineering new salary schedule. We also, last session, took over DOT land dispositions, and so that $100,000 additional is for live broadcasts of streaming the hearings.
Awesome, thanks, Andy. That's everything. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Okay, members, we'll open up to questions. Okay, Representative Kush.
Good morning. I got a couple. Thank you, folks, for coming out. You guys run a great operation, and I love the can-do of the Department of Transportation. I wondered in airports, what is your total cash position? There was a lot of data flowing, so forgive me if I missed that. You mentioned you had about 160 in cash for the last financial year, but just do you have an overall cash position?
Yeah, we do. It fluctuates, but it's been building. It's about 160 million right now. We'll end the fiscal year and add it up. And the intent will be to continue to add to that fund because we will need to increase our revenue bond issuance in a much bigger way. I think you saw some of the needs out in the airports. And so what the airports manages to is the cost. The airlines obviously have a stake in all of this. The ACH is called the Airline Committee of Hawaii, which is formed way back in the 60s. And so they're signatory airlines. They're obligated by that agreement to subsidize that. So anytime we're expending funding, as you know, we need to get their concurrence.
Yeah, so just on top of that, when we try to manage our SMP and our budget, try to make sure that we have a number that we roll over to the following year to ensure that we have enough cash to cycle throughout the year. We never want to get to a point where we don't have enough in that revolving fund and that we have to either shut down contracts or potentially defer payment. So we make sure that we're at about 100 million or so for airports, about 40 million or so for highways, and about 20 million for harbors, in that general range. In addition to the cash on hand, there's another 700 days of cash that we have with BNF in case there's an emergency situation. Not only does it help us recover fast, but it also helps us with our bond ratings as well.
Okay, and that's where the interest income part comes in.
That's
and all of
correct.
these. Okay,
That's correct.
great, thank you. The other one I had, Chair, I have a couple, sorry, was the increased security costs and the growth of DLE. And I was wondering if you guys have any communication in there, or if we're able to allocate more of that department to offset private security, or any comments or thoughts
That's the
on it?
goal. I think both sides are having trouble filling all of their positions right now. With the relationship with DLE, we're trying to bring in as many sheriffs as possible to secure our airports. And at this time, we're kind of short. We would love to expand more. We're supportive of DLE taking on more of those responsibilities. It just depends on how quickly they can fill them.
Okay, thank you. And then, you had talked about technology that was required by Homeland Security and stuff like that with the recent fireworks revelations on avenues that kind of contraband is coming in. And I know DLE was talking about scanners for the airports that could do packages better. And there was some technical limitations jurisdictional limitations, but are you folks looking at any of those upgrades, or how does that relationship work to better serve? Because it's, I think it's pretty disturbing to think about fireworks, 200 pounds of fireworks in the hold.
Yeah, I think it's working pretty well right now. I mean, those 200 pounds of fireworks that they're talking about are those that are being captured when they're coming in, which is a really good thing. We're working with other ports of entry to ensure that it gets better on their side as well, so that we don't have to intercept them here. But ensuring that we move forward on increasing security here is a big thing. We know we cannot get those scanners in tomorrow, but we can get more dog teams in tomorrow. So we're already subsidizing the sheriffs about $250,000 a year or so for dog teams. I think there's 3 of them now. We're trying to add more, another 3, to make sure that we have more opportunities for our sheriffs to be doing more of our explosives or fireworks mitigations out there.
Okay, thank you. And then this is harbors, but you could probably, what's the advantage when you take a loan versus the bond? Are you, I know part of Hilo, you're buying a lot of property, or you're moving on a lot of that next door property. With the loans, are you getting a favorable rate and using the land as collateral versus a bond where it's based on your ability to repay and your cash flow?
Yeah, so for all of our transactions, we're trying to find the best rate with the most flexibility. So we're looking between bonds and different types of loans that we can get.
So for that federal program that I described, the rate is actually 1/2 of the U.S. federal rate. So compared to a bond sale. And I think it could be the same level of effort. So, getting the attorneys and bond counsel involved, it's the same level of effort, but there's a little more security when it's a federally backed loan program. So that's why we're considering it. I think in the past, the rates just weren't as competitive. So that's why in the past we've gone with a bond sale. I think, with all the federal infrastructure money that's become available, Harbors has gotten a lot more accustomed to federalizing a project as we hadn't been in the past. So some of these other reductions to barriers to us accessing federal money, including loans, these factors have kind of converged, and that's why we're looking at the loan program as opposed to a bond sale.
Yeah, one of the big advantages of that program is discretionary grants that come in, the federal discretionary grants, could potentially be used to offset that loan. So it's a really good advantage for us.
Okay, so it's with the federal government and you're collateralizing that property that you're buying, or what is it collateralized by?
No.
I think the collateral is still like our revenue stream and our
Oh,
ability
okay,
to
so
pay.
it's just similar, it's just a.
Similar, yeah.
Got it, okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Further questions, members? Okay, Representative Eloy.
Hi, Director. Happy New Year.
Happy
Good to
New
see
Year.
you.
You too.
I'm sad I missed the airport tour, but I just had one question around airports. Got all the numbers, got all the fees. I wasn't seeing anything around where are private jets and how they're impacting the airport. Because if you can afford a private jet, I'm sure you can afford a bigger fee.
For us, we don't collect on the private jets. What we collect on is the leases to those FBOs, the facilities that support those jets. And we set those leases based on appraisals, based on the federal requirements. One of the shortcomings that we have right now and that we're trying to address is once we lease it out, we don't control the rates that those FBOs put in place. They can charge whatever they want from there, and we don't get anything from it. So we're trying to see how we recapture those in the new leases that come through to ensure that if there's price increases, the airport should get a piece of that. Now, when you look at the impacts of those jets on our runways or our facilities, very small comparative. But if they're making money, I'd love to see how we can potentially share in the profit. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Kurt.
That's exactly correct. So we run the contracts and we bid it out. So we have several, as you're well aware of, on neighbor islands and here. The fair market value of a lease versus the fair market value to land a plane and park it probably are different. And so as directors asked us to take a look at how we recapture some of that so that the funding, if there's an increase by the FBOs, these facilities like Million or Signature, Atlantic, whoever they may be, a portion of that increase can be subsidized back to the state so that we can improve our airfields and run taxiways and things of that nature. Those are also part of the airfield project, so they benefit from that, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you for that. And thank you for letting me lean into that area because Kona's packed and then they overflow into Hilo, which is amazing that we have that many private jets in Kona. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. I yield.
A quick follow-up. So, similar to like the car parking vendors, right? You guys have a say in what they are charging, right, as they go through that process. So the private jets, you don't?
Yeah, car parking we do. The
Yeah.
private jets we don't. And it's all
Okay.
in the way we write the leases. So in the past, those leases never included some kind of mitigation of either price increases or subsidies to the state from there.
So there's something you're looking at to change?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Members, further questions? Okay, Representative Eloy.
Thanks, Chair. And this was around highways, 2,500 lane miles. God, that's a lot. And I'm sure you have a schedule.
A lot of it is on the Big Island, by the way.
That's right, 2,200 of them. I was just really curious about that repair and maintenance because we, Quantico, heavy use, DKI, just kind of wanting to understand the delta that you're using as far as resurfacing and that timeline of resurfacing.
Yeah, so Robin came up, and we have everything scheduled out on our system based on existing condition and based on volumes. And we update every year because things change throughout. Poinaco came up as a concern 3 years ago, and went through the resurfacing on the lower side to make sure we addressed it. Upper side, we're still trying to see how we address, just based on the schools being in that area. But we have a schedule that we work through.
Yeah, on our website soon you'll see we are updating our good, fair, poor quality map. So you'll see a lot of work we've done. Over the last couple of years, we've developed a pavement management system, and we've been collecting data on our roadways, scanning with LiDAR and everything to help and prioritize all that roadway. So on our website, you'll see the prioritized list of all the pavement.
Yeah, and again, it's priorities based on the system that we use, not priorities based on legislature. So of course, we're going to recommend that to the legislature on the priorities and see where we come from there. What we're doing to make sure that we don't keep chasing our tail. In the past, we would use this normal mix on the system, and it was just a mill and fill. Really, what the program was doing was using its CIP as its maintenance. So every 7.5 years or so, it required a repaving. Instead of doing that, in 2015, we changed out the materials that we're using. So you'll see a lot more polymer-trained asphalt, a lot more stone matrix asphalt that gives us that 20 to 25-year life. So now we can start really improving the system and then moving on to the next one, rather than going back again every 5 to 7 years.
Great. And then just planting the seed with the HIROC program, because I know that's going to come online, involved at a national level for transportation. Really a big fan of induction roadways as a way to charge our electric vehicles. I would love to see some of those innovative ideas kind of dumped into, and even other funding that might be out there to create a roadway system that actually charges our electric vehicles, buses, you name it, as they drive.
Absolutely.
Great. Thanks,
Thank you.
Director. I yield.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Okay, Representative Grandinetti.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I just have a question. I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about the $5 million for homeless services. I know you talk about how mostly be used for contracting for stored property and equipment, but can you break it down a little bit more for
Yeah,
us?
so when we started looking at that program, initially, in 2014, 2015, each agency had their own enforcement program, and each of us weren't doing it that efficiently. So we worked with the legislature and asked that we get funded so that we can help take care of it for the state. And we even work with the counties to ensure that we're coordinated in our approach. The whole goal of the program is to make sure that homeless are not in areas of danger, in their state rights of way or county rights of way, especially along the roadways. And then second, to make sure that we can adjust and move them to areas that are surrounded by social supportive services. So this ties in directly with the governor's initiative for Kauhale, to make sure that there's a place for them to go, a place for them to get the services that they need, and hopefully get them up and included into that housing ladder. That's the whole goal. So when we start coordinating our efforts, we work with all of you, of course. Many of you have my cell phone number, so you can let me know where there's different concerns in different areas, so we can address them sooner rather than later, because nobody should be living in the roadway right of way. And then we start working with the governor's office to ensure that we have enough units in different portions of the island that are commensurate with the number of homeless we see in those areas, so they have someplace to go, rather than just pushing them out into another right of way. So we work with DLNR and DHHL primarily on the state side, and with all the counties, especially their parks and their transportation groups on the county side, just to make sure that we take care of all the pieces for everybody.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Chair Kilo.
Thank you, Chair Yamashita. Thank you, Director Sniffen. I just want to thank all of you folks probably for the last month of just making us come into the fold. Serving as the vice chair the last 2 years with you folks has been a really engaging process. And I'd just like to share with the Finance Committee that DOT is one of the few agencies that rarely return any funds to the money we expend to them. So every dollar that they get, they do spend it. Director Sniffen, just for the Finance Committee to know, obviously we are changing administrations at the federal level. Can you just give a quick update on how we still plan to pursue federal funding with the change?
Absolutely. During the Biden and Harris administration, the big push was towards mitigation, right? GHG emissions, climate change, sea level rise. We pushed a lot of funding and resources into electrification, alternative fuel, and making sure that we focus on the environment. With the Trump administration, that doesn't change, but the way we talk about it does. All of our pushes towards electrification and towards clean energy helps us push towards our energy security. And that's the big thing for Hawaii. So when we start talking to our military partners, Army and Navy, their biggest concern is if we ever get cut off because of tensions in the West or a natural disaster, we need to be able to sustain ourselves here. Pushing forward on reducing our dependence on fossil fuels being imported in. Right now, we have imports every 7 to 14 days. And if we don't get those imports in, there's portions of the economy that get shut down or that get impacted. So we want to make sure that we can move forward on energy solutions that we already can create. Our clean energy is one, or green energy is one big one. Pushing forward on hydrogen fuel usage is another, because we know we can create that here already. hopefully to build up another economy, but also, primarily to make sure that we push on that energy security side. That's why we're important to the United States. We are the buffer. We're the Pacific theater for them in their protection. So we want to capitalize on that. We've been working really well with our military partners to ensure that we are tied in lockstep in our initiatives. So when they get more money, like they did during the first Trump administration, we're there to make sure we help them. Part of the ways we're doing it, our Air Force has an airfield that hasn't been upgraded for 13 years or so now. They needed $700 million in improvements that they couldn't do themselves. So we're going to be their contractor now. We'll take care of the improvements for them because we wanted the $700 million in Hawaii. Definitely improves their readiness, definitely improves their airfield, but it's also $700 million in Hawaii for Hawaii. So those are the kinds of pushes we're making to ensure that we're tying into this administration who have very aligned goals when it comes to infrastructure and transportation.
Thank you, Director Sniffen. And then to kind of loop into what Representative Leloy was mentioning, as we transition into a much more electric vehicles, I think for context for members to know that they are much more efficient, but an electric vehicle almost weighs just as much as a modern day Chevrolet Tahoe. So the damage is still much more increased on the roadways. In page 122, can you just kind of highlight how the highway usage fee study worked out?
For electric vehicles?
Yes.
Yeah. So that's the push towards our road user charge program. Right. So for overall, when we start looking at electric vehicles, knowing that we're looking at heavier vehicles going into the future, we're designing all of our systems like that. In the past, the reason that you saw degradation of the roadway very quickly, one, the wearing course that was going in was just not the best material. But second, we were just overlaying on top of a system that was built in the 60s. Initially, in that Waimalu Pearl City Viaduct area, it was designed for 60 to 90,000 vehicles per day. We have 280,000 vehicles now through that area. If we had left that base in place without upgrading it, regardless of what we put on top, you'd never see that area in good condition. So we're upgrading all of our facilities to ensure that we're designing for electric vehicles and heavier vehicles as we move forward. That being said, we still want to make sure that we capture fairness or equity across the system. Electric vehicles, right now, they pay their $50 on top of their registration fee. In general, most of us, if you get 22 miles per gallon in your vehicle, you'll pay about $75 a year. So they're still getting a $25 break if they drive that general area. What we'd love to do is make sure we're capturing everybody's usage fairly. Last thing we want to do is make sure we balance the budget on the people who couldn't afford to upgrade. So when we started looking at our study, we started looking at generally how much everybody drives, generally where they come from, and generally how much we should be capturing. And we set our rate for our road user charge based on that. So it's 0.8 cents a system.
Yeah. And also for weights, the registration is also based on the weight of the vehicle. So that additional weight for EVs is accounted for in there.
Yeah. So overall, we just need to enforce it now. We still see a lot of vehicles on the road that are not registered and don't have safety check. We want to make sure that the sheriffs can help us out with that piece.
Thank you. And last one, Chair Yamashita. For the finance members, Director Sniffen, can you talk about the fire mitigation request and the 70-30 thing that you folks did, and just briefly how DOT operates at open contracting?
Yeah. So generally, what we did was that we looked at $15 million because it generally will keep us whole in making sure that we can move forward on cutting fire breaks. Of course, after the Lahaina event, we wanted to make sure that no other community had to worry about something like that. So we worked with our local fire departments, all of them, and had them give us a list of all the areas they're concerned about. And whatever that area was, whether it's state property, county property, or private property, didn't matter. We just did it. Made sure we went in to ensure that we cut fuel to minimize the potential for fire. And in other areas, we cut fire breaks to ensure that if there is a fire, our fire departments can get in there a lot easier. In a lot of areas, when we cut those fire breaks, we're trying to see if we can use them as secondary access routes or emergency access routes in those areas. So the good thing about that is we have in our the governor's proclamation that allows us to move forward on that. We don't have to build a road. We can just gravel it up and make sure that people can use it at this time, while we study in the future how best to do that, to provide that emergency access route. So it was just moving forward faster rather than waiting for the bureaucracy to make sure we can get this done, so that the public can feel safe. when we start doing our projects, we initially, before this IIJA bill, we were doing about 60% of our projects in-house and contracting about 40% out. Because of the significant increase in funding and because of the need for us to move fast, it flipped. Now we're doing 30% in-house and 70% by consultants. In general, it increases the cost a bit, but it also increases our ability to get projects out really fast.
Thank you. And then the biggest agencies that used DOT's help was DHHL and DLNR.
Oh,
so
yes.
Thank you, Director Sniffen, for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Any further questions, members? Okay, thank you. Along those lines, the 15 million for the fire, and then even the 5 million for the homeless, at some point, so that we can plan, is there, and I know you're working on a plan, but you have any idea as far as what would be needed recurring?
Yeah, we're putting that together now. So once we hit all these areas, as there's still another 20 on the list that the fire department wants us to get, we can give you a better number for recurring funds.
When do you expect that?
We can get that by next month.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, very good. And then even the homeless one, it's a 5 million, like, that's been a number that's been around for a while. Is that what we can expect?
Yeah, the difficulty for that one is we've not seen a reduction in homeless, and we've not seen a reduction in incidents. It's moved from primarily state in the past to now state and county in our mix. So that 5 million number is still relevant. It's just the percentage that's going to either agencies.
Okay, thank you. On your earlier presentation, as far as where revenue is coming for the airports, and then Deputy Director Otoguro, we talked about this real briefly, but when we did one of the airport sites, I talked about revenue coming from advertising. And you said you're going to be putting more effort into that area. I think, we have a billboard law where we cannot put billboards up, but inside the airport, you guys get them all over the place. So it's one of the opportunities we have to generate revenue out of advertising.
Right, we have. Thank you for that question, Chair. We have 2 contracts, one for Honolulu, and then another one for all neighbor islands. And so, yeah, what you saw at your airport in Kahului is exactly that, the opportunity and the potential for us to do different things based on the advertising. It also goes with the look and feel of how each airport wants to advertise. And that's an important part of it. We don't want to lose sight. We don't want to be too gaudy or glitzy and things like that. So in Honolulu, we're working with our vendor here to look at different ways that we can do advertising electronically. That's something that I think that vendor our contractor needs to step it up just a bit, in my personal opinion. We've met with them; they're willing to do that. And then, as we discussed, as Director Sniffen has asked us to also incorporate wayfinding, which is not quite advertising, but it is a way for passengers to find their way around the airport a lot easier. And you'll be surprised that even as small as you think the airports are, passengers do need to know where to go for baggage claim, checkpoints, and things of that nature. So we are absolutely working on those projects as we speak.
Thank you. Yeah, it's an area that I think, as I mentioned to you, there, when we visited some airports in Japan, they were subtle forms of advertising. It was just embossed in the chair, Panasonic or whatever, right?
Yes.
And I mean, but they were all over the place. But it was, so they did understand that, you don't want to be too gaudy.
Yes.
But it was all over the place.
Yeah, those are good suggestions.
Right, yeah. So, let's see. The agreement that you have with DLE to lease out space for them to use part of your facilities at airports, how does that work from, to some degree, they provide services for you, but you're leasing out space. How was that agreement created?
Yeah, so all of our leases gotta be passed by FAA, and FAA requires that everything be leased out at fair market value. So when we set up the lease, we made sure that it was based on an audit, and we're run.
Yeah, I
through
understand
FAA.
that, but at the same time, there has to, right, anything we do at the airport has to be a function of the airport. So to some degree, security is a function of the airport. So I was wondering how that.
Yeah, so when we lease it out to agencies that are that have a function there, like ag, with the pets that come in, We can lease it out after we justify to FAA. We can lease it out at the least rate rent, and that's what we got for DLE. So there's got to be some kind of rent consideration in there to fulfill FAA's requirements. We have the discretion to get it down as low as possible, but it is a number though.
Thank you. Okay, further questions? Okay, thank you very much for coming in. We appreciate it.
Awesome.
And it's been 11:30, so this is
Awesome.
perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, members. We are adjourned till 1:30. We are in recess till 1:30, sorry. Okay, we're going to reconvene the Committee on Finance to continue our informational briefing. This morning, we have the pleasure of having the governor before us. Governor, welcome.
Thank you very much. Aloha, Chair.
Aloha.
Aloha, members. Great to see you. Quite the start to the new year, and thank you for being supportive. As everyone knows, our community's gone through quite a lot. Some of the work that we're going to do this year will reflect that. I'm kind of commenting on the combos of dealing with fires and explosives and so on. So anticipate some meaningful bills that may require, definitely your mana'o, and I don't know yet if it's going to require resources. Most of them will be changes to penalties. But today, I thought I'd come and give you just a quick overview of the budget and then be here to riff with you.
Hey, Governor, because a lot of our members are new,
Yes.
maybe you introduce your team?
Yes,
Yeah.
okay, of course. Well, I'll hand it off to Brooke here. Brooke's my chief of staff, and then let's see, who do we have?
Aloha, I'm Brooke Wilson, Gov's Chief of Staff. With us, we have Will Kane, Gov's Advisor, Special Advisor. We have Tia Hartsock from the Office of Wellness. We have Scott Glenn, who's representing the housing team. We have Lori Abe, who's the Deputy Chief of Staff for the Governor's Office. We have the Governor's Policy Team and Office of Wellness team back there. Dan Kochi back there. See anyone else? And from our team over here, we have Cameron Deptula and Julian Juarez. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Everyone's available to you, and each in their own space can get the team's information right fast as we go through session.
Thank you.
Great. Perfect. So good to see everyone. The budget, as you have a handout in front of you, just for a quick purview, this is just an overview and some kind of key concepts. What we want to do is continue to fight for the values that we have, the shared values. And so we're going to continue to stay very focused on housing and affordability, just as the broadest overview, okay? So right off the bat, you can see our goals are to reduce the cost of living. You guys have already taken extraordinary strides by passing last year's landmark tax legislation. I mean, it is just a big deal, and people are going to, across the state, start feeling that in a positive way. Mahalo for that. We continue to cover healthcare and social services costs. We are keeping a mindful eye on Washington, D.C. That's one of the reasons I was there last week. We'll go into that in a moment. I do anticipate potential cuts in Medicaid, so we're watching. That was what happened in the previous iteration of the Trump administration. So we're happy, and I'll go in, I think, the next slide to talk about our surplus, but you guys are going to have to decide where you want the financial priorities to be. These are just a lot of ideas that we have based on what we've been doing. We continue to fund education, of course. We are talking robustly about our natural resources and environmental capacity. That's the work that's coming out of the CAT, the Climate Action Team. I'll break all these things out as we go forward. We have to be ready for future disasters. We just saw what happened in Los Angeles, which was like a terrible sequel to what we had in Lahaina. So our priorities still, like I said, are affordable housing, the infrastructure needs that we have ongoing, homeless work, which has been successful and increasingly is going to need help. We're going to have a lot of climate discussions, and mental health care has to be supported in an ongoing way. People are still on the street. They're still having difficulties with behavioral health challenges. Some things that you will see in our budget, for clarification, in case anybody didn't get the memo afterwards, there was a small error that was reported by the press that we were adding an additional $500 million to the rainy day fund. That was just an accident that they wrote. That was a mistake on their part. We have not touched the rainy day fund. It's been growing incrementally through, just its interest and growth pattern. But we don't have any anticipated extra $500 million to put there. That was just a mistake. We do think, though, that maybe you should look at the rainy day fund, and we'll talk about that as far as working on some of these climate impact issues. Okay, so the next page shows where we are currently with the budget. $10.4 billion of state funds in this fiscal year 26 coming up, then fiscal year 27, $10.5 billion. It's about twice that, as everyone knows, because of federal funds and special funds. We have listed here for capital improvements, GO bonds at $1.3 billion in 26, $601 million in 27. And if you look at what our carryovers are, they're still good. It's over $1 billion going through June 30th of this year. Following year, it would be about 1.2 billion and then 1.3 billion for the final fiscal year, which, of course, once we do collective bargaining and once you decide what the additional priorities are and you, craft our priorities and add your flair to them, it's going to come down. But we do have good resources there for you to govern with, and we wanted to make a point of keeping a significant carryover balance because of the uncertainty of the incoming administration. The rainy day fund will be at 1.56 billion by June, subsequently 1.61 and then 1.67 billion in coming years. My personal feeling is that the interest, that which is over 1.5 billion, may very well be a relatively non-painful way to start really amping up what we're going to do on climate and deal with any number of challenges that usually are difficult to fund for DLNR, just being direct. And so you could see that rainy day fund interest there. Now, I went to Washington last week, number one, because I'm pissed that they nominated RFK Jr. for the Secretary of Health. And this is not political. This is not partisan. This is based on public health questions, and I'm very concerned what will happen if he pivots away from vaccination programs, for example. You saw in the paper today that we, like everybody, is seeing a slight decrease in vaccination rates, but that's very problematic because you need to keep vaccination rates in the mid to high 90 percentiles, or else you start losing herd immunity, and then you get outbreaks of measles or meningitis, rubella, and I diagnosed a person with pertussis this morning. So this is still a problem, right? Just hearing them cough in the fifth floor. So we have real issues, and we're going to have to tend to that. And I'm hopeful that he will go serve in some different capacity. I don't have anything against the person. I just have something against the policies, which will hurt children. But I took the opportunity to go there and make that case to many Republicans and Democrats, both, which is, just what is necessary, but also to go talk to the Biden administration down the stretch to make sure that our monies were okay. They are. The federal delegation did a very good job, over $1.6 billion coming to the Maui recovery through DR money. An additional $350 million, we're told, that's going to go towards water systems. Can't wait to, put that in your hands and tell us how you'd like to work with us to spend that money. And frankly, it's a good situation. So that combined with what is also going to be the settlement, which I'll come to in a moment, which is the settlement from the lawsuits, we're going to wrap up some of the fiscal questions, but we have lots of work to do. I did, like I said, speak with a bunch of Republicans and Democrats both. They were very receptive and just wanted to represent us at President Carter's service and ceremony, which I have to say was extraordinary. It was extraordinary to see people for basically 3 days lining up around the Capitol. And there was a snowstorm there, which was unusual. But seeing people come together like that was something. Now, our budget requests. We kept our budget requests very modest. We didn't ask for a ton of different positions because we really want to deliver on what we've been talking about, which is housing. So most of our budget is built around appropriations for housing and so on. But there are a couple things that we're asking for your consideration. A total of 6 positions so that we can have a better federal affairs presence. 5 positions, 3 in DC, 2 here, and then 1 additional commissions position where we're managing about 1,300 or 1,400 volunteer members of the community through either boards, commissions, or other advisory panels. And it's a lot for Wendy to do. So we'd like to have an additional person to help her. They do a lot of great work. Some of us have served in those capacities before we became legislators, so it's a good thing. But that federal dollar spend would be probably very valuable because we continue to try to amp our position in D.C. Most other states have this kind of thing going, and they're obviously closer, so they have a big advantage over us for your consideration. Also, we'd transfer the Office of Wellness and Resiliency over to DHERD because it's been 2 years, the 6 positions there, and $470,000. T has been doing extraordinary work, and just thank you guys for that. Our proposals on the next page, if you take a glance at them, the CAT recommendations, the Climate Action Team, you probably read at least the headlines, and the report is a 66-page report. Very good, actually, super good. It talks about what it would really take to deal with the impact of climate change and all of the things, kind of the pure wish list, if you will, of getting ahead of climate change and adaptation. It's about $500 million a year. We believe that, which is a huge number, of course, right? We believe that, and it'll be per your prerogative, that some of the recommendations are more essential than others. And if we generate, we hope that it'd be somewhere toward $200 million from a combination of the scrape off of the rainy day fund, some increase in the TAT, and impact fees, targeted impact fees. And you guys can come up with absolutely any other idea that could generate $200 million pretty comfortably and would make a huge difference, remembering that we can bond some of this money then. And there's just a lot to do, and this ranges from protecting the shoreline to dealing with fires and mitigating risks, building in technology, paying for the positions, the fire marshal, and so on, right? So take a good hard look at the bill that we have. We'd be honored to, of course, just riff all the way through the session to see what you prefer. But I'd hate to see us ever struggle to take this out of pure general funds. It's just a lot of money, even though it's, of course, hugely important. And we all know if we miss the mark, we get what we got, which was a natural disaster, which is costing us, and I'll get to that next page, at least $872 million. And it looks to me like what happened in Los Angeles is going to be a $250 billion minimum disaster. So obviously, we hope and anticipate we'll never have that again because we have so much more mitigation in place. But it would be really nice to solve this problem once and for all. So I told you the kind of different ideas we had there. The budget continues, as I said, to support all our state priorities. We balanced the budget per our constitutional requirement and incorporated the tax relief completely. The next slide will show you how much money we put towards housing and infrastructure, which is kind of consistent with what your approach has been these last several years. The healthcare workforce slide I'll build to, that's the HELP program, which has been wildly successful. Homeless solutions, we're grateful to continue to build Cal Hale. We're at 17 now. We'd like to get it up to 30 total by the end of this term. And we're game for putting them wherever. It is, it's a request at $50 million a year. My feeling was always it was going to cost us about 2% of what our Medicaid spend is, this is still well below that, to handle this issue. We have gotten an 1115 waiver finally approved, and we'll let the Medicaid director come in and describe all the details of that. But it's a flexibility on Medicaid, but beware of what they may propose out of Washington. They may come in with big cuts. They might come in with block grants. Ironically, block grants could possibly work for us as long as they don't shrink the money, because it's doing things like this that are creative. Fire mitigation, state fire marshal, and wildfire settlement dollars are in the budget, as is significant education money. So there's about 3 slides left. The slide that you see next is the affordable housing slide, $100 million for rental housing revolving fund, $150 for the Tier 2 rental housing revolving fund, $40 million for DERF, $30 million for Aloha Homes, $50 million for student housing, $56 million to convert Mayor Wright or improve it to like 2,000 plus units, and then West Oahu infrastructure to build housing out there. But needless to say, it's an enormous package on housing, and shape it however you want, of course. Just make sure that you hold us to account to build housing, which we are doing. The second or third to last slide is the healthcare workforce slide. This is a critically important project that we've been doing. As everyone knows, we've had a shortage of healthcare providers for a long time. And it was reported yesterday, though, that our shortage dropped from 17% to 14%. It's absolutely working. We've done over 900 scholarships. We have $15 million in each of the 2 years of the budget. I have a commitment for $5 million from philanthropy again. We had that before. I'll go for another $5 million. And we hope to have pull some really good rabbits out of our sleeves for major funding and endowment of JABSOM and the Cancer Center in the coming months. But I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. That would be from the private sector. But these scholarships, they kill it for us. They really provide a lot of support so that social workers, nurses, nurse practitioners, PAs, docs, everyone can stay in the state. The rural healthcare system subsidy still is in our budget. It's a lot of money, of course, to keep the safety net intact, and that includes anything from KL outpatient healthcare to Kona to Maui. We continue to subsidize basically the payer mix of Medicaid and Medicare to keep those facilities open. The Maui wildfire cash settlement, this is now at the Supreme Court level. They'll make a decision sometime toward the end of February or early March, and I believe they will ratify the fact that the settlement was needed, fair, and has to go forward with a rejection of the insurance claims, the subrogation, where they would like to take. They asked for $1.6 billion of the settlement, which is just outrageous. So I think that will be rejected, and they'll have to work within this settlement. I think that the insurers have bigger fish to fry now that they have to deal with Los Angeles. So I'm going to try to finish this off. Our piece was the same as Kamehameha's piece at $872.5 million. That includes the $72 million that we already did for the One Ohana, for the victims that passed away. HECO's at $1.99 billion, and they are obviously going to come to us with legislative questions and proposals. This is not that. This is simply our part of the appropriation as part of the responsibility, which I shared last year, to kind of keep the whole deal together, to keep Maui from becoming bankrupt or going bankrupt, and keeping HECO from suddenly going bankrupt too, and possibly forcing us to totally restructure our energy system. Great challenge to do. So that's the wildfire settlement. And then I talked to you a little bit about the Kauhales. The nice thing about the Kauhales is that over 10 years, they will save us about $500 million because we're keeping people out of the emergency department. And we're keeping them from dying on the street. And we're keeping people from experiencing extra violence on the streets. So that projected savings is enormous, and we've been taking care of a lot of people that have pretty serious challenges out there. Most of the individuals I'm talking about have a mix of trauma or schizophrenia or both, plus some drug addiction to deal with. But we're very proud of this program, and we're taking care of a lot of different groups. Our kupuna are very important in Kauhale, so we're focusing on that. We have a youth Kauhale. We had just so you know, I think we had a request from someone to bring back the healthcare Kauhale in the region, even toward the campus here. I love that. Yeah, personally, I'm totally game. I'm a little Wild West on that kind of thing, but say the word, okay? We'll put one in front of the mayor's place if you want, whatever. You tell me, okay? And then a slide on fire mitigation. That's going well. Not good. We had a fire season that came and went without any significant loss this year. A lot of technology went in. Ed Sniffen, the wild one of the Wild West, he's out there doing his thing, all right? And mitigation, fire breaks, 27 positions to increase our base at Haima for long-term preparedness. They're going to get a lot of money also from the FEMA folks. And the fire marshal, we're still having this discussion. We are open to what you recommend. The idea is to put it in the Department of Defense, where we do all of the response and recovery work. Right now it's in DLIR. And I just think it's better here. We'll probably excitedly build out some new facilities for them from some of the FEMA monies. So, stay tuned for that. They'll have to come in front of you with their proposals to make sure it's good. And that's pretty much what I had, just as a way of overview. Just mahalo for listening. We tried not to reinvent the wheel, We really want to focus on the core needs of our people. I could argue that we need more money still for behavioral health in the state hospital, but I'm trying to keep the lid on. Could argue that we need a lot more teacher housing. There's lots of different permutations of this, but we wanted to give you the flexibility to guide us.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, members, we're open to questions. Okay, Representative Eloy.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Governor, for being here. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
And I agree, Tia has been just a pleasure to work with. I'm actually a little bummed that she's going to slide over under another department, because having her in your office has been just a pleasure. I wanted to walk into some of your housing goals, and you mentioned the fires in California, and then also appreciate the pause that you did for our construction codes. And just thinking out loud, and I know we have a housing specialist here too, if any consideration was given about what that off-ramp might look like, because we're going to see huge supply chain issues because of those fires. We're going to see huge insurance spikes because of those California fires. And I'm asking that question around the suspension of our construction codes was because there are innovative housing solutions in the 2021 code, which would be container housing and some other models, and how your office felt about maybe reaching forward into the 21, because these housing numbers are great, but I know in a couple of years they're highly likely to increase in cost just because of what happened.
No, it's great. It's a great question, Rep. Obviously the LA fire it's very fresh in our experience right now, and I am working with Governor Newsom already on some of the things that we did just to brace them for some of the expected challenges like land grabs, challenges with any number of things, fire breaks and so on. You're right. We already have a workforce shortage, a personnel shortage even to help rebuild Maui, and we are super amping our building all across the state. We've had thousands and thousands of good home starts, so it's working. We do have partners. Interestingly, for example, I think some of the work is modular right now. There's been some partnership between the carpenters folks and the nonprofit developer community, Mr. Lamb. So they're doing some of that right now. Look, from my perspective, as long as it meets code and it's safe and good, we're bringing our guys together between the union teams and the public workforce. So that is very, very good. I can't tell the difference in many cases now, which there's been so many advancements. And if we see things that are further like sucking out some of our workforce out of Hawaii, we can't stop. We need 50,000 units over the course of the next, going backwards 2 years when we started to what's hopefully going to be through 2030 to get to do this job. So, yeah, absolutely. I don't have a problem. But I do always, I always ask our partners if they'll collaborate with us, because I don't want to ever alienate anyone, because those are the guys that'll be doing, a lot of the work of traditional housing.
Yeah, and for Oahu, which is a lot more urban than some of our neighbor islands, I think some of those housing solutions, like container homes, and just some innovative models that are in the 2021 code, including indigenous architecture, is a way for us to lean forward and really tailor the housing to the communities that they serve.
I always like that for Big Island, going back to maybe Pahoa was a bridge too far, a little bit. Some of my old buddies, the way they built certain things, but, we did get to housing for a lot of people. Pahoa, for those who aren't over in Big Island, grew faster than any other place in the whole state, but they're not fully to code in some cases.
Okay, yeah, I just love the amount of money that's being packed into there. I just kind of trying to see around the corner a little bit, just acknowledging what's going on in the larger 48.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, they're going to have more than 100,000 people displaced in California. Just so no one gets spooked at all, we talked a little bit about where some of those families are going to go, and I'm convening 4 other states with us, so a 5-state initiative to potentially look at hotel vacancies. We're talking about our kind of standard 20% fixed vacancy rate, and if there are ways to string together 30 or 60-day options for people, they would pay for them, or FEMA dollars would pay for them, but not to take away any of our long-term housing, not to take a single house away from our community, but instead in these 5 states to see if we can take down some of the pressure. They helped us quite a lot. I think this would be good for everyone. We would have no vacancies then, and that would mean revenue, which is good. But more importantly, help our neighbors.
And Scott Glenn from our team is happy to follow up with you on some of these specifics.
We've been having some conversations.
Perfect. Thank you.
And then on the Fire Marshal program and some of the FireWise programs that I know DLNR, Ed Sniffen, who's just been phenomenal at asking for forgiveness rather than permission.
Yes.
Just wondering how we can message some of that work, because what we saw in the past with the Paradise Fires in California was these FireWise programs that actually leaned in on our insurance carriers to then demonstrate if they put in all of these FireWise things, it would create a better or lower risk,
Yes.
right, for fire insurance. And I'm just wondering how we can message that even better as we start to feel the impacts on the insurance.
Yeah, that's totally critical. So we're going to see spikes in insurance costs because of what's going on everywhere, especially now California. And we have a couple wins. We have what we did as a state. We have this additional formalized plan. We have the study that showed, or investigation that showed where we had shortcomings, which we're filling in. And then finally, HECO has been responding to our requests to make sure that they have a statewide fire plan. So now the likelihood of having an enormous fire has dropped really significantly. Only caveat I would make is if we get a storm that's got 140 mile per hour winds and we've had a campfire, or interestingly, it was shared with us today that they do now think that it's possibly fireworks that set off the fire and started the embers in Los Angeles. So God help us. I think we have a few fireworks going on here, every New Year's and 4th of July.
Thank you, Governor.
Okay, thank you. Further questions, members? Really? Okay. You did a good job.
Thank you.
Governor, we will be going through your requests, and as far as your package, I know that, many times there are, when we looked at your financial plan, there are things that are missing, and I'm sure it's going to be in bills when you do your State of the State, so I'll let you
For sure.
save the thunder for then.
Thank you.
But at the same time, I think there are, things that I've been discussing with your other departments. And one area that we tried to do like a couple years ago was to address the huge backlog on preventive maintenance. And things like that, right? The type of maintenance that we do cash CIP and not necessarily GEO, because it doesn't last the life of the bond.
Yes.
So 2 years ago, it was about 1.2 billion. Today, it's like 1.7. So historically, we've always said that if we do nothing, it grows at a rate of about 50 to 75 million a year. Based upon what we saw just in 2 years, I think it's over 100 per year. So every time we do nothing, we fall behind. And preventive maintenance is, I believe, an area that, and you know this, it's an area that when we get into hard times, it's one of the areas where we cut. And it is at the expense of something minor becoming major. And then we have buildings that we actually maybe have to do major renovation to, or at some point have to knock down, right? Because we're just doing a bad job of maintaining our own buildings. So everybody wants to build new, but I've been trying to press that we need to kind of take care of what we have. There are new mechanisms that are being discussed where we do plan, design, build, maintain.
Yes.
Right, where we build it into it, and then you hopefully build to a different standard that can be maintainable. But at the same time, I also believe that it just takes discipline on our part to do the unpopular things, to just paint the building and to just maintain it so that it doesn't get really bad. I think we'd, the house anyway, would like to see more movement in that area going forward or some kind of plan. So we brought it up with your BNF director, and we brought it up with DAGS, and we brought it up with DOE. DOE tried to put it into their budget where they tried to have $250 million in A funds in year one, and I think 200 in year two. But I think in your budget, you've chosen to put 20 into GO, which in my opinion is the wrong form of funding, because it's, and the whole idea is that some of these repairs do not last the life of the bond, right? So it's the wrong form of funding.
We're gonna get some really good paint, long, lasting paint.
Well, and we have to reevaluate, because you're right. Maybe there are things that can last a little longer and things like that. And a good example of that is, there was a point in time, long time ago, where we used to say, well, we're not going to fund computers with GO, but now we know that we have an old system that lasts 55 years. So, right? So, right? But
we look forward to that. We'll spend some money for sure. It's so unsexy that we leave it out, but we know it's got to be done.
Right.
So it's practical and important. And that, I think, Chair, that's the product of trying to make sure that we have at least locked in all the priorities that we know that you will demand, that the Senate will demand, people demand, and then it's just a lot harder for people to understand that. But giving you the flexibility with these extra billions of dollars, it's good. I hope that you'll just tell us what your priority is.
Right.
Put it in.
At the end of the day, I think we want to work with you because at the end of the day, you have to execute, and these. I did the CIP budget for a number of years, right? And it's because of the, and it started during the Lehman Brothers downturn where we started cutting it a lot.
Yeah.
But we never, from that point on, right, we never really put it back. And there's many things that happened during that time when we had furlough Fridays, right, when it was really bad, that we didn't put back in place. So what we're looking at, what I'd like to focus on is on things that we did during that time because we needed to, right? That we just didn't have money. We were laying people off and all those things, right?
Right.
So, but going forward now, we have to relook at all of that and look at the best practices to how we spend our money, what kind of money we spend it on, and then try and maintain our buildings, and maybe they'll last a little longer, and then our CIP budget maybe can be for other things, right? That's my hope.
Yeah, no argument from me at all. I look forward to that, and we know we're going to come up with a really good balanced budget. Just, push it certain directions as your wisdom allows, of course. No problem at all. We tried not to get, we didn't want to go off the reservation and come in with crazy balloon changes in housing or homelessness or anything. We tried to keep it kind of where it's been. And that's also a reflection of what we feel that we have the capacity to do, because we still have shortages of personnel, and everyone's working as hard as they can. So, it'll be interesting to see. So there's some other interesting bills out there that we'll talk about, whether or not we let people vest earlier. Could that bring more people into state government? I leave that to you to see what makes the most sense. But we'd love to do that. We'd love to do that for schools and universities too.
Okay. I think we want to continue conversations with you in that area. I think part of what I'm struggling with is, and I'll just say this because I've talked about this here and there, but rarely do I have I do have access to you. So
anytime you like, yes, you do.
But rarely do I have with we can have this conversation in a forum that is not only where you and I are talking, but also where one of the things that I've been talking to the committee about is that, right, out of the 51 members in the House, 27 of them will be with 2 years' experience or less, right? So to get them up to speed quickly has been part of my goal, right? So that's why, and I thank your administration. I've been asking the some of your directors to give background on the department. So some of our informational hearings have been a little lengthy at the beginning is because I've asked them to give some background to the committee and things like that. But, one of the things that I'd like to talk about with you is that I believe over time we've evolved into something that is difficult for us to sustain, and I know that's why you're looking at other means of funding and things like that. So, but during the early years of statehood, during the 60s, 70s, where we used to sustain government operations with what we had, and our main subsidy was to social services, right? So to the social issues, so to the poor, to the homeless and things like that. So, way back then, it wasn't as big an issue. I think government kind of took care of that. And then, as you know, moving into the later years, into the 70s, 80s, when we lost sugarcane and pineapple, our focus became diversifying our economy. So we started putting a lot of money into trying to figure that out, right? Yes. There was a point where when we first, both of us got into office and we put, there was a focus on high-tech industries, right? So we put about $1.4 billion into that, and then we had the Lehman Brothers downturn and many of them left.
Yes.
Right, so that was, in my opinion, money wasted. But then, and it did stir up some new businesses, but at the end of the day, we could have been more strategic in how we spent that, is my point. And then later, we expanded to environmental purposes, where we started subsidizing environmental purposes, right? We did solar credits, we did all these different things and things like that we wanted. Sure. And it is my belief that we have, over time, expanded beyond what we can sustain. And that's why we've made headway, but we do a not very good job of taking care of our social services and social issues. We haven't really diversified our economy, and we're not really protecting the environment, right? So we've spread, but we haven't focused and try to be good at one. And I've always believed that it is the safety net should be our focus. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but I just wanted to put that out there for you to.
Look, I love it. I spent all of my other hours outside of government working in the healthcare safety net, and frankly, I think that our money is best spent on prevention in social services and supportive housing where otherwise people would be housing unstable. And that is really at the root of, kind of at the core of what our proposal is. Of course, it's very difficult to pull back from any other priorities without giving people some warning. But the most important things that we can do, in my opinion, are make sure that we have, a good housing system going, and that we have a lot of good primary health care and mental health care. If I could only choose two things. And a lot of good results occur once we do those things. Also, it's killing our people to see housing be as expensive as it is. And so to the extent that you feel it appropriate, using state lands to, overall decrease, not conservation lands, of course, or important ag lands perhaps, but using lands that we can use for housing, to support housing, take that burden off of families and let them flourish. I love it. And then we have had this explosion of people that are, challenged, they're destitute, and they're really struggling. And that costs us hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars of Medicaid. But we can save that money if we just do a decent job of making sure that they're not unsheltered and not addicted without any support. The rest of it, you could debate any other program. Right. Honestly, I'm very wary about hurting the feelings of my other directors, ag or education or so on.
All are important, but
yeah.
at the end of the day, we got to make choices, right? Yeah. So I just bring that up just to have a conversation.
Yeah. Early education is another one. I'm so glad that you chose to invest in it, that we've, tasked the LG with doing a lot of work there. Again, if we're talking about the biggest bang for our bucks, which could probably resonate and make a lot of the other stuff easier, healthcare for kids and people who are struggling with chronic disease, health disparities, early education, and then housing. I mean, those three.
Those are core responsibilities of government that I believe that where
Yeah.
we need to put focus on. So.
Yes, I totally agree. And I will close with this. I'll be open to any revenue generator on travelers here because I think that whatever you decide, I think their impact is very significant on what our people have to live with and do. And I think that that's a good way for us to minimize the stresses on our own local families. And, I think they'll understand when they're coming to Paradise that we are still trying to support those core principles that you and I just shared. So I'm more than open to that discussion. I'd hope that will be almost the entirety of our discussion for the coming, we've been together here for 20 years now.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
It's like, I think we met 20 years ago today.
Yeah.
So, here we go.
So if you don't know, that's my last classmate that started with me.
It's great. You look the same, man.
Yeah,
I'm struggling, but you're doing great.
All right. So thank you very much, Governor, for being before us, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you. We'll be in recess.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to reconvene the Committee on Finance, continue our informational briefings. Next, we have charter schools. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair and members of the committee. I have with me Deputy Director PJ4, and he'll help introduce the rest of us. My name is Ed No. I'm the Executive Director at the Charter Commission.
PJ4 Deputy Director, and we have Deanne Goya, who is our Early Learning Manager and Director, and Danny Vasconcelos, our Financial Director.
All right. So we're really excited to be here. This is a landmark year for charter schools as we celebrate 30 years of legislation in Hawaii for charter schools, which is, I believe, remarkable considering that in 1991, the first charter law was passed in Minnesota, and Hawaii was one of the first 10 states in the nation in 1994 to start moving towards charter legislation, which brought in Act 272 around student-centered schools. And in 1995 through 96, we had our first two, we'll call them pre-charter schools, Ka'ohao School, formerly known as Lanikai Elementary Charter School, and that's actually the school I used to be a school director at, and Wailai. And then we had in 1999 the Act 62, the New Century Charter Schools. So there's a rich history of chartering in Hawaii. It really speaks to the innovation, the commitment to all of our stakeholders, but especially our state leaders, to believe in public education that's appropriate for all. So it's a very exciting time. We have 38 charter schools, 17 here on Oahu, 14 on Hawaii Island, 5 on Kauai, 1 on Maui, and 1 on Molokai. And as a side note, we do have some charter schools that do have satellite campuses as well, so we'll see them also on multiple islands. But of those 38, 16 are K-12 schools, so they really, again, and many of them offering early learning, so it's really this understanding that they're meeting the needs of their community from the small students all the way to the graduating adults. And speaking of that, we do have a lot of exciting data, as we mentioned in there, around Strive High, more schools that are meeting all 3 areas of English language arts, math, and science. So compared to last year, a quarter of our schools in all 3 areas, and we also have an extra 20% that met in 2 of those 3 areas. And these are those statewide assessments that all of our schools participate in on the Smarter Balance Assessment and or the Ka'eo for our Kaiapuni students. So the data is looking promising, especially when we look at growth data. So we look at a typical year's growth is around 40 percentile. We have nearly 80% of our schools that had a growth trajectory in English language arts. We had 74% of them in math. And then when we look at the achievement gap, this is the high-need students versus non-high-need students. We also saw a significant area of promise there because compared to the department schools, we had 80% of our charter schools that had a achievement gap that was less than the typical gaps that exist. And this has been historical, and we have a lot of data around this tracing back to early 2021 at the very least. So, and also we have achievement gap in math is 86%, meaning we were able to address the needs between high-need students and non-high-need students. And as a reminder, those high-need students would be students that are lower socioeconomic. They would be our special education students or students with English learners. So again, these are all promising data points, but to get us really current, we had Stephen Schatz from Hawaii P20, who just visited our commission and did a charter presentation specifically on post-secondary, and that also had a lot of promising data to share, especially around as our students matriculate out of the charter schools. As I mentioned, many of our schools are K-12s and or have post-secondary education, and we saw that compared to our department schools, we have many more students that are taking dual credit, and so and this is without funding, so I really applaud our charter school leaders for making that a commitment. We have more students in the charter sector per capita that are doing dual credit, early learning college, and on-time graduation. So when we see a gap in the elementary years, what we also saw by the time they get into that 10th, 11th, 12th grade years, they are not only catching up with our department schools, but in some cases surpassing. So again, I like to think of it as personalized learning. I like to think of it as smaller communities. I like to see it as communities committing to their keiki, and so those are all anecdotal, but I believe that's, if you ask any charter school person, they will kind of speak of the same. So I just wanted to give a little bit of overview around that. I also wanted to share that we did submit something for your consideration. We have two big buckets around EDN 600, EDN 612. And under EDN 600, it's just more of a note that is not an actual budget request, but rather it's a placeholder. As many of you are familiar, it is a statutory mechanism, and it is something that as our budget is derived from the overall state budget for education, and so we're always about 8% of whatever that student enrollment is for all public age students across the state. And so really this is a budget and finance mechanism. So what you saw there, again, it's not really an adjustment, but it's really the ability that we can move those numbers out of EDN 600 to appropriately address the around teacher differentials, and so it's more of an internal transfer. It also helps those differentials would be the hard to staff and the Hawaiian immersion differentials. So that is really only thing significant to point out in EDN 600, which really brings us to EDN 612. And there's three major components there. That's the operations of the Charter Commission. So I have the Director of Finance, Danny, here that can help answer questions. We have early education learning, and so our Director, Deanne Goya. And we also have Hawaii Keiki Nurse, and so we're thankful to have Hawaii Keiki represented. Dr. Matthias is here, and all three can answer questions if you have more specific questions for each of them. And so of those budget requests for 612, we have, again, the hard to staff and Hawaiian immersion differentials for fiscal year 26 and 27, and that is reflected in that internal transfer, including that internal transfer from EDN 600 to 612. And then as you saw, the Hawaii Keiki was around $1 million, and that is to help provide more access care for our charter school students, recognizing that when any bill is passed, when it mentions public school students, we want to make sure our charter school keiki are a part of that benefit. And as a result, we have again great data to share around the schools that did benefit from a Hawaii Keiki Nurse, and we're hoping to expand those services moving forward. So those are really kind of the highlights and of what we're bringing to the committee this year.
Okay, thank you very much. Your members, we're open to questions. Okay, Representative Kush.
Chair, if I may. Good afternoon. Thanks for coming in today. We have, who's there? We have a fair number of charter schools in East Hawaii, and two in my district, and so I've heard from those guys, those folks. One of the issues, and I didn't see it in here, and you went through, you're a pretty fast speaker, and I congratulate you on that, is they had trouble staffing because of the remote nature of the school, Laupahoehoe, and I guess there's no such carve-out for charter schools. Is that correct? Like DOE has a remote school premium. Is that true, or is that correct?
It's yes, and our charter schools are nestled within the larger complex areas, and so the different districts across the state, and then clustered by the different complex areas, and that's what drives what school would be a hard to fill. So it's really around geographic boundaries. We totally agree that Laupahoehoe is kind of a unique situation because it's right in the middle of that stretch of coast, but it is part of the Hilo complex area. So while like I said, we agree, and I think we would all agree on and off the record, and the result is it has been hard to staff. So that is something we'd be very open to support, but as it is, we don't define what is hard to fill. That's
okay. So that's more of a complex issue. It's not on a school designation basis.
Correct.
Okay, and then far as repair and maintenance goes, that still falls under the DOE, or do you guys have a separate function in that respect?
Yes, so for Lapahoihoi and the 5 other conversion charter schools that are across the state, there is, again, it's part of the state facilities, and so amongst that complex area, again, repair and maintenance would come under purview of the state. And again, me being in a conversion school over at Ka'ohao, that's how we functioned. We're still trying to gain a lot more clarity. We've been working on some kind of memorandum of understanding of what is the responsibilities between the two parties, and that's actually in the works as we speak.
Okay, so that's just because that was a former DOE school, so like connections or some of the Hawaiian immersion schools that don't use, they weren't converted, they're under your jurisdiction for R&M?
So for repair and maintenance, I couldn't speak exactly to that. I probably have to get back to you. While they do qualify for capital improvement around the repair and maintenance, I do believe that is for each of those schools. I don't know if there's more to add to that, PJ?
Yeah, each school has their own governing board, and through their allotment, they then monitor their own facilities. And facilities has always been a question and a concern of charter schools, but each of the startup schools, through their per pupil allocation, is responsible for their own facilities and maintenance. The conversion schools has an agreement that we're working on with the Department of Education.
Got it. So that $9,800 or whatever it was, is their sole method of funding? Charter schools don't have any other ancillary fundings to address meals or, as we were just talking about, R&M or anything to that effect?
Yeah, yes, this is a very, very, we could speak a lot, and I will really around the per pupil allocation on whether or not it's equitable or not, but everything gets put into EDN 600, which does go from everything from staffing to the lunch programs to facilities to the maintenance to all of the innovative programs that schools do provide. So it's a lot of partnerships and grants, and the spirit of volunteerism in the charters is amazing. But yes, it's all packed in there, and so I would love to have that further discussion, because it's been one that we've always wanting to understand, because it's not an apples to apples. We try to, but the weighted student formula versus a per pupil is a very different, it's a hard comparison.
Thank you. Hey, thank you. Further questions? Representative Doi.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. My colleague asked a lot of the questions I wanted to ask, but I really wanted to hone in on that per pupil allocation and as it relates to the development and maintenance of facilities. I'm acknowledging there are the conversion schools like Lapahoihoi, but we have a lot of standalone charter, especially on Hawaii Island. And that delta of the per pupil allocation, while they have to do their own capital fundraising for the building of a facility, feels like apples and orangutans. I mean, yes. The math doesn't math. So in addition to the per pupil allocation is the payment for the faculty. Faculty is covered by bargaining unit contract? Is the faculty at charter school covered by?
Yes, so as a state entity, they are part of bargaining units, so we do collective bargaining. It's for bargaining unit 5, HSTA, bargaining 6, and all of the different roles. But it's not a separate allocation unless it's through a collective bargaining. And you see that's why some of those, moving those monies to 612 will allow us to distribute them, again, adequately and efficiently. Currently in the per pupil mechanism, once it goes in there, the only way to do that is by a per pupil distribution versus a school that has, 5 teachers in one area or 3 teachers in another bargaining unit. So that's what really sometimes the jam up is. I will agree with you. I never heard the apples to orangutans, but I'm going to use that for now on, because that is sometimes what it feels like. Going back to the short history that I shared, so 30 years ago, the first charter schools were conversion schools. And so facilities, in a lot of folks' minds, it was not needed, but that's only 6 schools out of the 38. So you described exactly what the core challenge is around facilities. And I'm always reminded by legislators, well, this is how it was set up in the beginning. And other legislators say, well, that's 30 years that maybe we need to start changing. And so we are very much like lock and step with all of our charter leaders and community members. Like, we want to help this situation.
And some of our early immersion schools, Ahapunanaleo and Kulakaeopuni, they're 40 years old now. And if that is an area for us as policymakers to look at and retool so that it meets the current situation, 40 years is a long time. And modernization of those areas of our HRS should be examined. I also wanted to talk just a little bit more about the teacher and the bargaining unit costs. Who pays the fringe when it's a charter school, not a conversion charter school where they're not the ones that are not? Who pays the fringe benefits?
So I'm going to probably queue up Danny to help talk more about the technical parts of that. But I will also say, whether it's a conversion or a startup, again, collective bargaining is for all. Again, but they just would have more access to funds that they're not putting towards facilities. But it would apply to all bargaining units. So I'm going to ask Danny to speak a little bit more about the per pupil and the bargaining.
So again, for fringe benefits, it is covered by the state as this, charter school employees, our state employees, so our teachers, our EAs, our administrators. Charter schools, to a degree, they don't transact within the state accounting system. So like different state departments that go through high pay and things like that. Charter school, the majority of charter school employees don't do that. We utilize a third-party payroll vendor, or we utilize payroll services from the Department of Education. The majority of charter schools, including the commission ourselves, we utilize our third-party vendor. So payroll is transacted, again, sort of outside the state system, and what happens is that we then receive, we call our FICA Medicare reimbursements from budget and finance. So payroll has to be paid out, then on a quarterly basis, we'll go back, charter schools will provide their payroll information, and we'll determine what was paid out in terms of their FICA Medicare taxes and some of those other specific benefits. And then charter schools are then reimbursed for those costs. For those payroll services, for those that utilize the payroll services of the Department of Education, that is unnecessary because in a sense, those costs are then covered by the state under the
I'll get there, Chair, promise. I have a question. So a charter school payroll, they pay their employees with their fringe, and then quarterly, so 3 months later, they're waiting for a reimbursement check.
Yes, that's how the system is supposed to work. This past year, we ran into a snag with Department of Accounting and General Services with DAGs, but in a sense, the easiest way to think of it is that charter schools, for those that utilize a third-party vendor, front those payroll costs and then are reimbursed on a quarterly basis once that quarter is done. So right now we're just at the start of the third quarter, so we've submitted our request for our second quarter FICA Medicare reimbursement.
So looking at a calendar year, and I'm sorry if I go too far in the weeds, just reel me back. It's quarterly. You wait the quarter. You submit your reimbursement, your fringe, right, and ask for that reimbursement. And then it takes how long before the school is reimbursed?
Once we submit our request to budget and finance, it usually takes at least a couple weeks, hopefully no longer than a month. Again, we did have a snag with the fourth quarter payment for 23, 24. That is unfortunately very late. We are still working with DAGs on it. It is a technical issue with how the charter school accounts are set up within the state accounting system. As we see in most instances, we don't transact within the state accounting systems, but we still have to utilize DAGs for funding purposes. But we work with budget and finance as well on that. So this year, again, we hit a snag in getting our fourth quarter FICA out to our schools.
How many months have they been waiting for that fourth quarter reimbursement?
Still have not received it, so usually they would have received it hopefully by the end of July, and we're now in January of 2025, so it's 6 months. They've gone ahead and started, done the 2025 year reimbursements. First quarter went out already. Again, we're putting in our second quarter request, but we're still working with DAGs on that fourth quarter.
So our charter schools that get a per pupil allocation, which is very dynamic, we'll call it dynamic, they're fronting the cost, and in this particular situation, almost 6 months. And then they have to have their own funds, capital funds, to build facilities or take care of their facilities.
If they're, again, the per pupil allocation is a lump sum allocation, so charter schools have to use it for personnel. If they're renting or leasing property from private owner or other type of owner, they'll have to pay their rent and lease payments from that. They'll pay their supplies. So again, unlike the weighted student formula, the charter school per pupil is allocated as a lump sum amount, and that's their state funding. So charter schools have to utilize it for all their operational purposes, facilities, personnel, and likewise.
Maybe we'll take this offline, because I heard you say this is how it was designed to be, this reimbursement, but I'm not clear if that's what the law actually says. Yeah.
Follow up with
Yeah,
the
that
office
would be
and set an appointment
wonderful.
with you.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Further questions, members? Okay, so I just have, I guess, some comments that I'm not supposed to do. But,
That's not stopping you.
okay, so,
Like I'm in trouble.
so the early years of the charter schools, part of the argument in the creation of it was that under the DOE there was too much bureaucracy, and that it just tied their hands, and if they were given more freedom, that they would be able to raise their own money, to be able to cover many of the costs and as we all know, that didn't work out as well as we thought. But also it was that they could be more creative and given that flexibility and those kind of things. I think, I remember in the early years, when the governor and I were freshmen, I kind of talked about that, eventually what will happen is, and it's just because that's how government works, is eventually the freedom and the ability to be able to operate the way they want to operate and raise money the way they want to raise money and have the type of facilities that they want to have it, will eventually disappear because they will eventually want money from us. And because it'll have to, and eventually we will end up with 2 DOEs. And a lot of it is, right, a few years back, and this was a while back, there was one charter school that they had embezzlement, so then you had to put things in place to like oversee, those kind of things. And, the bureaucracy that government goes through in many cases is because of something going wrong. And then we put oversight, and then something goes wrong with the oversight, and then we put oversight over oversight. And then that's what kind of just creates what government ends up with. I think this charter school exercise is going to take a while to figure out going forward. But in the end, we are, what I kind of predicted is kind of coming true. But anyway, where they're kind of just asking for the same money, and then and so once you ask for the same money, then you got to be treated the same way, right? And then your freedom goes away. So, I don't know how to deal with this going forward. But once it becomes the same, then you got to be treated the same, right? And so that's the difficulty. Initially, it was so that you had the opportunity to operate with some freedom. And I think once you start asking for everything to be the same, then, in my opinion, you have to be treated the same, right? So I think that's kind of something to keep in mind as we go forward. Anyway, thank you very much for being before us. We look forward to going over your budget, and we have one more member, so we'll be in recess. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, reconvening the Committee on Finance. Next, we have the Department of Agriculture. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you for the chair, vice chair, members of the committee. Sharon Hurd, Department of Agriculture. To start, I'd like to introduce the staff that's in the room with me today. And as I introduce them, I'm just going to ask them to stand or wave or indicate who they are. Starting with the chair's office, I have the pleasure, extreme pleasure, of introducing the Deputy Director of the Department of Agriculture sitting next to me, Dean Matsukawa.
Good afternoon.
Warren Takanaka, ASO, acting ASO. We have Carol Okada, attached to the chair's office as the administrative assistant. And joining us today as a appointee or designated assignment from the governor's office is Amanda Shaw. She's our food systems coordinator. From the Ag Development Division, we have Administrator Matthew Loke. We have economist Bon Hee Chung, Market Development Manager Brendan Akamu, and his staff, Matt Yamane. From Quality Assurance Division, Leo Albaldo, Administrator. Keith Otsuka, he's with our Commodities Division Manager. Richard Cohen, our Measurement Standards Manager. And our hemp specialists, we have with us Artemio June Tulio. Also from the Animal Industry Division, we have Isaac Maeda, Administrator, and Todd Lowe, who's the manager of the Aquaculture Livestock Services Support Manager. Plant Industry, we have our Plant Quarantine Manager, Jonathan Ho, and our Pesticides Manager, Greg Takashima. Also in the room, we have our Ag Resource Management Administrator, Brian Cow. Okay, and starting with with extreme appreciation to stand here or sit here before you to defend or advocate for the governor's executive budget for fiscal years 26 and 27. I'd like to begin with an update on the $10 million awarded by the legislature awarded $20 million, and the final through Act 231 was $10 million, and let you know about the momentum that is building for the programs that were funded. Biosecurity is going to be the focus of the department, as this was the top issue as surveyed to the farmers and ranchers in the state. Biosecurity is extremely important to the economic success of agriculture. I want to also point out that biosecurity is an interagency effort. It's going to take the agencies to work together to ensure that the state is safe. The good explanation is for H5N1 avian flu. It is in the wild, and that is DLNR. It's in the water, and that's DOH. And then it's also in domestic flocks, and that's us. So biosecurity for this coming year is going to be an interagency effort. Just to summarize, we have, out of the funds awarded for programs, about 7.8 million, about 5.7% of that, 72% has already been obligated. So we've done that portion of the work. And then of that, about 3.6 has been awarded, has actually been encumbered. So that's 47%. We're on our way. There's momentum to do the rest of the funding. It's in progress right now. Regarding the personnel is all the positions have been worked on to the point where we are in the classification review process. All 44 positions were retained. The staggering of the hiring dates maintained all 44 positions and took advantage of the funds that were allotted. The rest of the process, which is going to be to establish, do the B1s, do the internal vacancies, to actually externally recruit and then hire, we hope to do at least by the end of the fiscal year. But it really has to do with a lot of the processes that are involved. So that is where we are on the $10 million. And just to give you an idea, some details, the public has been very much involved in where are we on the CRB and the LFA projects. We have done the RFP and we have awarded the CRB contract to a company called HTM. That contract was about 1.1 million. And for the contract, the scope of services that we're going to be receiving is at least cut down, remove, and dispose of at least 150 trees. Now, these trees will be identified by the Department of Agriculture plant quarantine staff as being dead or no more propagative hope. So once we identify the tree, the contractor will come in and remove the at least 150 trees. Now, I want you to know that 150 trees sounds like a small amount, but it's actually an estimate for the most expensive removal. That's trees that are 50 feet and above. The ones that are between 30 and 40 feet, which is the normal range of a coconut tree, is less. So we say at least 150. For Kauai, the number is at least 70. And for right now, for Maui and Hawaii counties, during the scope of the contract, which the time of performance is 1 year, should there be trees identified, they will be added to this contract. But right now, there's funding in there in the event that trees are identified in Maui and Hawaii counties. The funding that we've allocated to those counties is going to be used for education and outreach right now, teaching the public how to identify if you have a problem and who to call. Regarding LFA, the contract was awarded to a local company. Oh, HDM, by the way, is a local company, but Terminex got the LFA contract. They have local offices on each island, and that contract was about 1.1 million as well. For this RFP, it was for a residential scope, and they're going to treat at least 580 residential properties on Oahu and at least 290 residential properties on the island of Hawaii. And we are working with our partners at the Hawaii Invasive Species Council, the ISCs, the Hawaii Ant Lab, who have already identified some residential properties. Some of the residences have voluntarily let us know that they have a problem. And our staff will go out and confirm and identify and work with the contractor to apply the treatments and educate the homeowners as to what the level of their problem is. And the reason that we went with a contractor is that they have the expertise to know that if you have an allergic person in the household or children or somebody that only wants organic treatments, they have the skill set to provide that type of specialized service. So that is the 580 on Oahu and 290 on the Big Island. As far as the other contracts, they're either in the RFP process, and we're working with, for instance, the University of Hawaii on the pest management systems approach, as they have the expertise that we need. That was the $800,000 contract. So they're going to identify the pests that are new and easiest to manage, and they're going to come up with the programs that we need to do that. So that's been awarded as well. Okay, so we're well on our way. For that, the Act 231. And I will say that we are very pleased that in the governor's executive budget, he has awarded us a similar amount, about $12 million to do biocontrol again. We've been asked the question, why didn't you ask for more? And you know, it is a question that, you know, if during the legislative process there is an opportunity for more, we would like to have the chance to testify and explain what we would do with the additional funding. But right now, we're fully capable of handling the 12.7 that was awarded for programs. The other thing we're doing is we're partnering with DLE, the Department of Law Enforcement, to really get a handle on ag crimes. They're introducing a bill that's going to stiff up enforcement and certainly penalties. I know we have trespassing signs that we're going to be dropping off, no trespassing signs. And we've also established, DLE has done a poster and a hotline through Safe Watch. The reason we're focusing on trespassing as a crime is it is the crime that leads to bigger crimes. We feel that if we can let the public know that trespassing is a crime, punishable, enforceable, maybe we'll stop the trespassers from doing a deeper type or a more severe crime, such as the trespassing that led to the murder of Cranston Pia. You know, if only the people would have understood that trespassing is a crime, maybe we could have done a better job. Maybe, the crime could have been stopped at that point. But we're focusing on trespassing medially, and you'll hear from them during the session as to what their bill is. The last thing I want to touch on is Akamai Arrival. The department is focusing on biosecurity through the Akamai Arrival program. Akamai Arrival is interagency, and two programs that I want to focus on is the ag forms, the electronic ag forms that we're rolling out, deferring some of the detailed questions to the Lieutenant Governor's office, as this is really she's the incident command on this particular project. But it is an electronic form that people can use to check in without the paper. I think the airlines are very, very much in support. They appreciate the movement towards electronic. And now, with all the different ways and the number of days in advance a person can check in, there's so many different ways a passenger can let us know that they filled in the form. And we're trying to, 60% compliance is what we have now with paper. We're just going to see through this electronic form whether or not, we're gauging is there more response? So it is a pilot program, but it is a way for us to capture the information without having an onboard paper form. Okay. The other part of the Akamai Arrival is with it's fondly called HiPop. It's for the arrival of live animals, dogs and cats. The portal will allow people to know in advance, do you have the forms that you need? That avoids the moment when they arrive and they're told you don't have the forms that you need, so you have two options. You can either go home, or you can let us take your pet from you until you can provide the paperwork that shows public health and safety is preserved, because we need to know that your animal is free from rabies. So the animal portal should be, we're ready to go. We're just trying to design it, make sure that we're all set to go. It's going to be a real new day when we can start handling that, the arrival of animals electronically. It's a big source of an abrasive arrival versus Akamai Arrival. When you come in and you want to have a good vacation, and then where you're told your treasured family member has to stay back. We're going to take your animal and put it in quarantine until you can prove you have the proper papers to keep Hawaii safe from rabies. And that's pretty much my my introduction for where we've been and what we plan to do this coming year. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Okay, members, we'll go ahead and move into question. Representative Morikawa.
Thank you, Chair. Good to see you here. Thank you for being here. My question is going to be on the CRB on Kauai, because every week I go to the golf course and I watch as the trees got infected and slowly look like they're dying. It's spreading. How you treat the beetle now? What is that process?
Are we talking about public spaces for landscape?
No, this is at the Wailua Golf Course.
Okay.
I know they've been treating the trees, but they're not getting better. They're dying.
So, very timely. Civil Beat had a cartoon on the cover today, and we did award Kauai $200,000 for green waste management, and we understand that the golf course there, we have treated it. We're using aerial. The landscape side of it is not as difficult as the food production side, because with landscape, we have treatments that work, but they're systemic. And when you treat it systemically, the coconuts or the fruit becomes inedible. And we are marking them with yellow tape saying, do not eat. If you don't mind, I do have the subject matter expert here on the work that we've actually done on Kauai. I think that would be Jonathan?
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Jonathan Ho, Plant Quarantine Branch Manager. So with regards to treatments, there are multiple types. So it depends on the commodity that's being treated. So the trees themselves, as Chair Hurd said, there are contact type foliar treatments. For example, with a drone, they spray the crown of the tree with a varying number of chemicals. So there's drone, or you can actually use a boom truck. There are injectable treatments, which are systemic. So basically, you inject the tree with a chemical, stays within the tree. And then for mulch and green waste products, there are, there were some fumigation products, and we're working to get other ones done, which I think is a slightly more problematic issue at this point for us.
I'm worried because when they trimmed all of these coconut trees that were possibly infected, I don't think there was any protocol on the tree trimmer as to what to do with the waste that came down, because the comment was that hundreds and hundreds of beetles came down with the leaves. And I don't know how they disposed it or if anyone even checked where it went. And it probably could have spread even worse. But I guess because it's a public county course, maybe you guys didn't get involved. I don't know. I'm just, someone shared that concern with me and said there just didn't seem to be anyone checking on where that waste went.
I know we participated in the treatment.
Yeah, so the initial treatments that were done by the department were with Plant Quarantine, Plant Pest Control Branch, and then the University of Hawaii, who did the drone treatments. If there were additional removals and treatments that were done after that one, I'm not aware of them at this point. I'd have to check with the Plant Pest Control Branch folks, because they have staff on island who've been overseeing that. But I, as Plant Quarantine, I'm not aware of that at this time.
Representative Morikawa, we did award the $200,000 to the County of Hawaii. I'm sorry, but I need to get back to you on the scope of services that they presented. But they did, it was to manage green waste, which is exactly what you're talking about, the trimmings that fall from the tree. That would have been the funding, and I will have to get back to you and give you what they might have done or what the scope of services were in that contract, as that would be the target.
I will say, when I first saw a beetle down on the ground, it was still alive. Then I saw a beetle yesterday and it was dead. So that means something is working. But just to make you aware, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions, members? Okay, Representative Kush, followed by Kitagawa. No, go ahead. Go ahead, you can go.
Thank you, Chair. I have several questions. Starting with the, what'd you call it, the new electronic
Ag forms?
ag forms, what'd you call them? Anyway, whatever your...
Akamai arrival.
Akamai arrival, thank you. So do you guys have any data, like what level of infestation of invasive species comes via passenger airplane travel? And do you must have some data, like those amnesty bins, or, how many forms do you get annually or monthly that say, yes, I have some bananas crawling with something?
Good question.
I feel like, and I'm just wondering what the cost is for that program. And, California has us pay for the hand baggage to go through a screening process before we go to the West Coast or any place on the mainland, actually. But there's no kind of reciprocal setup like that. Even disembarking, there's no setup for that. So really, it's this nebulous honesty thing. And if it's filled out days ahead when you do your boarding pass or after the fact or whatever through the Akamai system, anyway, I just wondered, is this a big source of our invasive species, that people are carrying a bunch of LFA with them? Or, because it seems like most of it comes from the ag industry and specifically from the horticulture industry.
So,
Anyway, so I just wanted to find out more just about that.
we do have right now, a year, month by month, we have the number of parcels inspected, the number of interceptions we have, the nature of what the interception was, and we do have an Akamai bin, we have the amnesty bin count. I will say, though, that invasives comes from everybody. And the pathways that it comes in, we're having to expand the way we do business because the pathways used to be, everybody comes to Honolulu International Airport, and then we get inspected, and then everybody fans out. Now the pathways have increased to direct flights from all over the world, direct to the different neighbor islands, and we have to increase our forces there. But even more so than that, it used to be U.S. mail. So we have people that our staff, Jonathan's staff, that goes out to the U.S. mail, and we do our inspections there. Now we receive cargo from Amazon, FedEx, UPS, and it's very, then they're not state or government entities, so it's not like their choice if we can go in, but it is not as easy as you go to they'll call us. Mail says, hey, I got something here that looks like it's a chicken or something. They are more shielded from that type of sharing of information. We do have the report, and I will be sending it to you. It's completed for the year, but it comes in on cars, construction material. We have the ability to inspect when we suspect there's an invasive, and we do. I did want to point out, though, that as good as our system is, we did have, you're going to see a spike in the month of May, where we had a lot of interceptions in the month of May. It was in a shipment of romaine lettuce that got by us here because what happens is the lettuce comes in, and then it gets fanned out to a big box on the neighbor islands. It was one of our Kauai agents that actually found it, and it was a fungus not known to occur in Hawaii. So with that detection, you're going to see that a lot of the romaine, many destruction was occurred in that month, but it was one incident that we caught it. So I can say that it comes in all kinds of, the pathways to bring in an invasive should not be held to the nursery or to the horticulture because it's on cars, it's on, like I said, construction material. The LFA is everywhere. We are still very successful in keeping the brown tree snake and the red imported fire ant out. We have specific programs for those, but 27 states in the U.S. has red imported fire ant, and they love to live on produce. So we're extra careful to look for that, while we're also looking for the other invasives. And thank you again to the legislature for giving us Act 230, the funding to help us. 44 positions is going to really help Jonathan and the plant industry staff do their work. As I said, the pathways are numerous. General aviation, the private planes that come in now, just increase tremendously. So our staff is pushed to the brink. But go ahead, Jonathan.
Yeah, so with regards to agriculture farms, as Chair Hurd said, it's roughly about 60%.
What's 60%?
Capture.
The passengers that are declaring.
Okay.
So one of the things is the statute allows for one adult member of a family to declare for the entire family. So generally for the department, 50 to 60% is acceptable because there's really no way to audit every single passenger on a plane. Again, are you in a family or not? So with that being said, on each, generally for most flights, you will get a handful of declarations of goods. Generally speaking, they are fruit and veg, apples, bananas, pears, things like that. Once in a while, you will get restricted commodities such as radishes, pineapple, live plants, cut flowers. But generally, it's fruit and veg, things that people are taking with them to eat on the plane. And most of those products are commercially bought, so they're clean, processed generally. You're not getting stuff pulled out from someone's yard. That does happen once in a while, and like particularly for things like the persimmons, for example. When persimmons are in season, we get tons and tons of people hand carrying persimmons. But over time, for example, there's been a lot of outreach from staff where basically the top part, the calyx, the green part, that's where all the bugs are. We have them peel them off. So when they come in, they clean them, there's nothing. So a lot of it is there's a little bit of outreach. and then there's managing risk. With regards to, I guess, the second part about the leaving Hawaii and having your inspection. So that process is actually done through USDA. That's a federal quarantine on Hawaii to prevent the movement of fruit flies from Hawaii to the mainland U.S. So it's not necessarily a California. It's not California implementing it directly. And with regards to going back to pest and risk, with the rise of e-commerce, particularly like through COVID, you had a very large increase in, I would say, like private businesses that do e-commerce. You have things like Etsy and eBay. I mean, eBay is a little older, but a bunch of all of these small Facebook Marketplace where people can basically get online and ship or present things for sale. And most of these folks they're not like these larger companies. They have no regulatory group to ensure that things are either presented for inspection or are eligible for being shipped to the state and things like that. So that's one of those challenges of, like Chair Hurd said, of us going to all of these sites at the ports and inspecting these goods and trying to find commodities that are, whether, knowingly or unknowingly being shipped in compliance into the state. Yeah, I think that.
I'll stop you, because I get that. I totally get that. My whole point is this an effective use of our resources when we could maybe get USD and maybe state inspectors or those positions that manage the Akamai program to run a hand carry interception program as one part of it to handle that population? Because I'm not talking about cargo, because I understand that's, Christmas trees, produce. I mean, the volume's huge, and your guys' job is hard enough. And so I'm just asking, is it a cost-effective approach asking people if honesty system, because if someone wants to bring a snake or something like that, they're not going to, boa constrictor. And so that's my point, is if we could use like a reverse system as you get off the plane and you're walking through, you have to go through the hand carry. I mean, it goes fast. It's a pretty fast system. There's not too bad of a bottleneck. And is that more effective because then it's not an honesty system, it's just a mandatory system. And it's much more structured. We hire 2 people to staff those at the places 12 hours a day, 7 days a week.
From a compliance standpoint, I do agree that funneling all passengers through controlled checkpoints and building some type of infrastructure to, for all intents and purposes, mandate inspections would significantly increase compliance.
Yeah, because no one's going to tell you if they have.
And
So the biggest deterrent that I feel when I'm traveling are the dogs. I live in fear of, when I see the dog, immediately, did I by any chance put an orange in my purse from the flight? Did I try to save that banana? It really conjures up, you're guilty. You worry about it. So we're trying to bring in more dogs, but dogs are expensive. And, but Jonathan does have dogs.
But not the machines.
Oh, machines for exiting passengers?
Just what I was saying. For exiting passengers, just like onboarding now. Like on the other side, when you walk through, you breeze right through, have a machine there. When I have
Never
3
thought of
people, one can rotate on brakes, one on one side to monitor stuff going through and the other side, or whatever, right? I mean, the infrastructure is there, the technology's there. We protect the continental U.S., why not protect ourselves? That's, if that's just one of the points of entry. I know that there's lots of others. I don't even have an answer, but that's something to dive into deeper.
What you're saying is we already have the machinery checking the outbound. Why don't we use the similar machinery to check the
Buy
inbound?
another one,
Got it.
put it on the other side.
Okay, got
forget
it.
the forms and forget the Akamai program. Maybe use it to educate people on invasive species as they come to Hawaii, along with other things. But we're getting off the point. I just wanted to say I'm just asking if that money would be better spent on mandatory compliance than voluntary compliance for some people who bring bananas that came from
What
Richard
we can
Haas'
do
place.
is, we can ask the feds how much it costs them to run their machines and staffing, and then we can give you a good idea of what it might cost for us
The federal program now costs about, I think, like $300 million a year
for the inbound. I mean,
In Hawaii.
from Hawaii leaving. So all the passengers that are scanned going to the U.S. mainland, that's something like $300 million a year.
there's your number.
300 million?
They run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week at every single airport with the equipment and all of that stuff.
Okay, well, that.
It's a very
I got
large
other
number.
questions too. So, on LFA, you mentioned you had $580,000 for LFA treatment on Oahu.
580 residences will be inspected at least.
Okay, that was different in here. Okay, I heard of 580,000 because it said here you had 88 little fire ants surveys. Anyway, okay, I misunderstood. And then, so on Hawaii Island, you also had sites, and did you not say $280,000 for Hawaii Island?
Let me go back to that. The contract scope of services for LFA was 290 residences at least will be inspected by the Terminix contractor, and it's voluntary. It's those residences that we know of having been detected to have LFA, and what they're going to do is advise them how to best treat. The example that I kind of used, but maybe it's inappropriate, is if in my own house, if I didn't take care of my rats or my roaches, if I didn't take some responsibility, I would be infested with rats and roaches because it's out there. Similar with LFA, if we educate the homeowner as to how they can mitigate their LFA issues, whether it's outside in their yard or inside their house, what we're trying to do is educate them like we do rats and roaches and other pests that you can control as a homeowner. That's the intent of this program. It was $1.1 million. The contractor was Terminix for a statewide control program of LFA, and with that, they were able to propose that they can do at least 580 residences, because some people have big houses, some people have small yards, things like that, so it was an estimate, and then 290 for residences on the Big Island. So that's at least.
And that's just to advise them how to treat. That's like
No,
a
the right thing-
consultation, or it is a treatment.
It is the treatment, but as some people have children with allergies, kupuna, and they have the answers and the experience. I don't want any non-organic chemicals in my house, and
Okay.
they can help with that.
Just because, I don't know if you're aware that they are widespread. You can't go anywhere in Hilo without brushing up a tree. You walk to school, and every branch you get, you got to avoid that. I don't know if that's an effective use of money on Hawaii Island at this point. It's so far gone.
What we're trying to do is educate the homeowner so that they can educate and do some sort of a public outreach, and let them know that you can control this. There is a fix. Farmers and ranchers have the same problem. It's making their jobs very difficult. It's a bad thing.
I'm
LFA's
aware.
been here
I
for
spend
20
about 10 grand a year controlling them. And it's really disappointing that it got so far out when we've been talking about it for 20 years. So that's not a place for now. I'm just wondering if it's an effective use. In this setting, I'm asking if it's an effective use of money. Maybe on Oahu here where it's still 88 sites. In your brief here, 88 surveys that you have, maybe it's still, achievable, because you can't wipe them out. There's.
I agree. The idea, though, is that this is the most money $10 million last year was the most money the department has ever had to combat biosecurity, to combat invasives and biosecurity.
Yeah, and we'll hope to see more of that.
Yes, in fact, in the governor's budget, it's another 12 million. So with that, we can start building our capacity, build our education, and eliminate at least, some of the issues we have with LFA and CRB slowly, and maybe in fiscal '27, we'll have enough data to show so that we can come back and ask for 50 million. Because we'll have the data, we'll have the chemicals, we'll have the plan in place. But I think for now, we have to show proof of concept that this is working, that we can make a difference. Eradication is a tough word, but certainly control and mitigate, like we do with cockroaches and rats and mongoose and things like that. We can work towards that level of quality of life. Because to hear you is the same thing we hear from farmers and ranchers. I can't farm. I can't.
Yeah, you can't hire anybody. You can't go in a coffee field with it. And you can go anywhere in Kona, you could probably drone flight and see all the abandoned farms. They're all around me. And it's all because LFA is so expensive to handle. So anyway, my point here is not to talk about individual sites, but just an allocation of money where it's most effective and not window dressing. And I, just listening, want to know, if we can allocate it to where places like containers coming in, or if there's other assets we can deploy to mail to control some of this stuff. And then that's the point of my conversation. Not to the individual specifics. That's all I'm looking for. I yield, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Representative Kitagal.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for being here. I would like to follow up on the little fire ant questioning. So I think you remember last year I had a lot of questions. The windward side, Kaneohe, had a infestation, growing problem. I was a huge advocate for getting this funding to try to make sure that we address it. And I had reached out to the Department of Ag last year for updates to see how this funding was being used, what was being done. From my knowledge, there has been no additional necessary work other than what the Hawaii Ant Lab and the Oahu Invasive Species Council has been working on. I mean, last year, the Windward legislators, we did outreach. I went door to door, knocking on people's houses to ask them to test because there were infestations popping up in the community. And so I have multiple questions, and thank you for sharing about the Terminix contract. But what has been done by the Department of Ag in the interim since you got the money last year? Has there been any treatment by Department of Ag to go out and look at those sites, particularly on the windward side where there was growing? Maybe we'll just start there and then see.
Well, thank you for the question, Kitagal. Right now, I have 2 emails in my inbox of appreciation from the Waimanalo community because we have been deploying staff to that area. And it's one individual that I don't think I should mention names because everybody does a good job. But we are getting kudos from the work we're doing as saying it's exemplary. It's never been this touchy-feely before, and we're making a difference. To that point, though, there are numbers, and I'm sorry that I don't have them with me, Jonathan. Do you have the numbers for the LFA treatments and detections that we've done?
So with regards to, I guess, how the department has been working with OISC and Hawaii Ant Lab. So with the allocation of the Act 231 funds and the contract implementation, we've been working with them to ensure that there is no duplication of effort. So they've been doing the windward side for quite some time. So to have the department go in and essentially do what they're already doing does not make sense. And they have, we've worked with them to identify other sites in other areas and parts of the island that we're doing surveys and have found LFA and can then basically prioritize all of these sites to then, once the contract is up and running, to then start doing a lot of these mass treatments. And I think to speak to that, like, so for example, in Lanikai, this past Saturday, we worked with OISC and HAL to conduct the treatment, the final treatment. They were the ones who were the lead, but they asked for help. We came out and we assisted. And, there's more than enough work for everyone in with regards to this issue. And, right, we're not trying to step on anyone's toes. And, right, we know what they're doing. This is an area, for example, that is being, either can't be addressed because of not of manpower. So we're going and taking those things. So that's what the department has been doing. We're not necessarily saying we're not going to go into the windward side, but because it's already there, they have all the contacts, they've done a lot of the outreach. No sense reinvent the wheel, and we're going to other areas.
Thanks for explaining that, but I would just say that the challenge for Hawaii Ant Lab and even like the IS are that they don't have enough manpower, right? So even though they might be on the windward side, there's not enough people. The sites are expanding. People are contacting our office saying, hey, I got a positive hit on this test that I submitted. They said I have little fire ants. Nobody has contacted me. I don't know what to do. And we contact Hawaii Ant Lab and they're like, well, we just don't have the manpower. And my understanding from last year with the bill was that Department of Ag would be providing that assistance. Or I don't know if you would provide contracted funding, additional funding to Hawaii Ant Lab or whatever it is, but the challenge is that it's not being addressed. And this is like the same conversation from a year ago, right? The more we wait, the more it expands. And at some point, we're going to be unable to eradicate. And we don't want to get to the point of, like Representative Cush mentioned, the Big Island, there's just so much that you cannot address it. So I guess my concern is I'm glad you're collaborating and saying you're working together, but I don't want you to say like, that's the windward side, they're going to take care of that side, we're going to take care of other, because the challenge is that they don't have enough people. That's what they were saying from last year, right?
Right, and then that's the point of us doing what they can't do.
Right, but how much are you doing? I guess that's only if they ask, are you coming out, or are you working together to come up with this master plan of here's how we're going to address this holistically? Because I think that's what's missing. There needs to be that collaboration to say, this is not your part, this is not my part, but how are we working together so that we all know what our role is, we all know who's going to address what when we get a phone call, when we get an email. This is the plan to execute. Where are we in that conversation?
So we worked at the end of the last legislative session with UH, DLNR, and to do an MOU for specifically LFA. And we're still working together to kind of clean up, I think, a lot of the details to address, I think, a lot of the issues that you've brought up. But again, a lot of it was really identifying who's doing what, where, how. Make sure all of us are on the same page. And then who has the available resources to do what they can do, and what you don't have, throw it out there so that somebody else can pick it up, right? I mean that's the reality.
But also, Jonathan, that part of this funding that was awarded to us last year was given to, we asked Hal to give us a proposal, and I think we awarded them, what, 175? That much?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, we
on that
did,
one.
I'll give you the details on that, but we did ask them for a proposal on how we can work together and not duplicate effort. And we did, I'm going to guess that it was about 175. And so they're doing their work with some of the resources that we provided, as we have in the past. So it wasn't just, them and us. It was, let's work together. What do you need? What do we need? What do we have?
So is that MOU completed, or it hasn't been done?
The MOU is signed by
So it's
all
signed.
the directors.
So there's that agreement?
Yes.
Already, okay. And I guess my other just a point to make is, you mentioned the Terminix treatment and about this education piece and them treating. From my understanding, there are multiple treatments that have to happen, right, to eradicate LFA. It's not just the one time you go in, you got to monitor. It's like years before you can say something is eradicated. So I'm just wondering, is that Terminix contract this year-long process, these multiple years where they're gonna continue like every 6 months to go and to check, what is the contract by Terminix? What are we getting from that contract to make sure that we're doing the correct treatment based on, this is what Hawaii Ant Lab has informed, when we had a town hall, right? They came, they informed the community multiple times. So what is that Terminix contract doing to get to eradication?
I'm going to say that the contractor is the one that knows what to do, so we are not going to be hovering over them, but.
No, but what did you put in the, well, because, okay, so
Control
here's my
and mitigation.
understanding, right, is it takes multiple times to eradicate little fire ants. So in your RFP or whatever, right, you should have put that the Terminix would do treatment over this course to eradicate. Is that part of it?
I'm
So-
going to, go ahead.
Sorry, yeah, so they're only doing the treatments. So the verification of the treatments and efficacy is going to be done by the department. So we're going to ensure that a particular site has LFA. Once that has been determined, then, the particular landowner is agreeable to the treatments can begin. And then we're going to be going in periodically, not only plant quarantine, also the pesticide branch, to ensure obviously they're doing it appropriately, but that the treatments are actually going to be effective. And then once you get to that threshold where you've hit the final check, we're then going to have to then do that post-treatment monitoring for whatever, 2 years or whatever, to ensure that it doesn't spring back up. And that's just the nature of the beast. So it's not necessarily that the contractor is doing the surveying. That's going to be the department or potentially the partners, depending on anything, I think, as we figure all that stuff out. But ultimately, the treatments are going to be done, and then surveys are going to be conducted after the fact throughout the duration to ensure that, we treated it great, and then we missed a bunch and it just gets reinfested again, right? Then that's just a waste of everyone's money. It's to do that, and then if, say, there's a small hot spot, if there's a bit more money, you bring them back in. You're going to have to manage it with a little bit of flexibility depending on the situation and what land access you have and things like that. So there's going to be a check. It's not just hey, vendor, go in and we trust you. There's going to be a check built
Okay, so
into
the
it.
Department of Ag is the check?
Yes.
Okay. And thank you, Chair. Thank you. I know it's hard. I know you don't have a lot of staff right now. You're still working up on getting people. I'm just really passionate about this because it has grown so much in my community. You talk about Lanikai and Waimanalo, that's not where I represent. That's not the people who are contacting us about, I need treatment. I have a positive detection. And I feel like this is the same conversation from a year ago. So I'm just really passionate. I want you guys to, time is of the essence with this issue. And I think we've been making that point from last year. So I just really want to see us make movement on this.
So, Representative, I think to address that, if you're getting calls from constituents about non-responsiveness, please forward them to me, and we'll have staff go out and work with those folks directly. We'll find time to do it because obviously, if they're asking for help, we need to provide it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further questions, members? Okay, Representative Kush. Go ahead.
Thanks, you guys. I just, one more quick question on that LFA and CRB for that matter, or any invasive species that you guys are after. Are you limited statutorily or the contractors? So I think the big problem with LFA is that they float on the rivers. Like when you go surfing, you get stung in Hawaii Island. You're welcome. And like a lot of the challenge is that your neighbor is just pouring off their tree onto your property, and I can only treat my property or pay someone to do it. They do it through their biology where they come in and then they do it 6 weeks later when they go through a hatching cycle, and I don't remember what it is. So are you guys limited when someone in Kaneohe, like, because I said you should just stop on Hawaii Island. I don't even know why. It's like coqui frogs. But Kaneohe maybe still get chance here on Oahu or Maui and Kauai. But if I say, hey, I got a hotspot, but next door, they're like, no, don't come, whatever. Do you have the ability to broaden or what? Can you just talk a little bit about that?
Let me just mention one thing, that when the plant quarantine folks do their surveying, they on a piece of property, they will lay sticks.
No, I understand how it does.
So in the production areas where we're most concerned about, and generally, that production area is clean, but every time we go back, the sticks on the perimeter show red.
Yeah.
Because of what you said, people are coming in. So what we do is we try to check the surrounding areas, but if it's wild property, then we have to bring in like DLNR, or if it's a river, that's transporting the ants, it's a different situation. But if you have a neighbor, if there's a physical neighbor, and what is it called, suspicion, then we have the authority to go in because we suspect, or there's been a report that your property, somewhere, the first time we tested, it was red. We cleaned it up. Second time we test, it's red. So it's coming in and the production area is clear. So we have then suspicion that it's coming in. So the crew has suspicion, and they can knock on the door and say, hey, can we come in and survey your property, but not without permission? Yeah. So go ahead, Jonathan.
Yeah, so I guess there's two things, as Chair Hurd said. A lot of times, people may or may not know that they're being infested by a neighbor. And we may be working very well with, person A, but not necessarily person B, because we never met with them. Generally, the department's stance has been education outreach, like Chair Hurd said. Hey, educate them, do what you need to do. And 99.9% of the time, you're getting access. In those times when you cannot get access, there is a warrant process in 141 HRS that does allow for entry into private property to conduct control and eradication programs. So I think that's kind of, what you're looking for.
Okay,
Like
so you
if
do
we
have
have
that, you
to
do have
be-
that ability. And is
if-
that something that you can just do administratively, like, hey,
it's still a-
boss, I couldn't get in, do you give me permission? Or do you need to get a judge, or?
Yeah, it requires notice to the landowner, a treatment and eradication program, and there's time thresholds. And then once you've met those specific requirements, you're going to a judge in the whatever the area is, to get a
It's
warrant,
cumbersome.
and then they will, yes.
It's cumbersome.
Yeah, people have the right to private property, and we need to respect that as a regulatory agency.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Further questions? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, committee, for letting me be here with you today, to be with one of my most favorite departments. And thank you for those wonderful questions, Vice Chair. We're going to have a really great committee hearing this year. And we do have a biosecurity info briefing if there are more questions. Just trying to put that PSA out there. Stay tuned Friday. But question for the Department of Agriculture, Chair Hurd, can you tell us a little bit about some of your fiscal priorities that maybe were not necessarily allocated and approved yet by the executive budget that you would like to see support from the legislature on?
Can I talk CIP? Okay, so our number one ask on the CIP budget was repair of the Halava Animal Industry Facility. I can bring Dr. Maeda up here, and he can describe the extent of the dripping and the condition of the animal lab. And my mistake, and I take this upon myself, is the number one CIP project was not funded, and I have a feeling it's because the department has to distinguish between the jail and the actual Halava Animal Industry Facility. The jail was funded, actually, will be funded in fiscal '28. Director Johnson and I have talked on numerous occasions about the budgeting for the jail. And there was a $6 million CIP that was funded. It was, I think, our priority number 4 or 5, but that was for tar. It was for tar removal that has been flowing through the facility and on the on the ground for years. So that will take care of the tar. There was no CIP funding to repair the facility that is in disrepair. And in order to take care of the animals and to do the testing that we require, we'll be coming back and asking perhaps for the funding to do the repairs. If you would like, I can call Dr. Med up here and he can describe the extent of the repair that needs to be done. It's been years. Shall I do that? Or no need?
You can summarize what the appropriation amount is.
From the most egregious is that the roof is leaking, has been leaking. That causes mold. And when you do testing, anything that compromises the atmosphere or the conditions of the testing is terrible. It's bad. And we're talking the dogs and cats in the testing that is very important to the health and safety of the citizens. So that was a $7 million ask. It has nothing to do with the jail. So if you would reconsider that.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, further questions? Okay, thank you very much. Obviously, the department has a lot of challenges going forward. We look forward to working with you. I just want to mention a few things. So it was the priority of the legislature last year to beef up biosecurity. I think it still is to some degree. The Senate has a version, the House will have a version, the administration has a version. And we will be putting, this is something that is not new. There was a biosecurity plan a while back. In fact, it was my colleague also from my class, Chair Suji, who was a big part of putting together that biosecurity plan. And that was the same class, me, the governor, Cliff Suji. But anyway, and then but there was a pause on the biosecurity plan that was in place, and we had a plan. Now, that pause, in my opinion, is what got us here today. And ironically, it was a few directors ago who, ironically, was from the beginning also. But that pause is why we are, in my opinion, where we are today. So we identified that as a big issue, and we did fund. Actually, we wanted to fund more last year, and then part of that was vetoed. We still think that it is a high priority. To the question of inspections coming into the state. So I know that the lieutenant governor had a trip and they had a discussion with USDA to talk about, right, the $300 million that he speaks of is paid for by the federal government, protecting the rest of the country from us. But there's nothing protecting us from the rest of the country. So it is kind of something that I think is long overdue, that we have that discussion with the federal government, that it should be both ways, that funding from USDA should come both ways. And I think, we have a good ag chair that will follow up as well as the department and work on this, because this is a discussion that started last year, but I still think it's very, very important, because there's only so much the state can do, right? And at the end of the day, like I said, they're putting in tons of money protecting us from the rest of the country, which makes no sense to me. But anyway, that's what, if you have a large lobby like California, that's what you can do. So, right, so that's basically, members, the difference, is that they have a larger lobby than us, and but we just have to work harder at it. I think the conversation has started. What was very interesting was that in those conversations, USDA was not even aware that that was the situation. So part of it, I think, is just education going forward. But again, a lot of work for us to do going forward, and we look forward to working with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Okay, we're going to be, we are adjourned.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.